Just at once. I've got a montage. If I can just please see the and also from the department, can they, whoever that is going to present, please switch on the videos.
Honorable Chavile.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yes. Is your video on, Honorable Chavile?
Morning, Chairperson. I don't know, that window on your, at the top of your head on the right,
Greetings to everybody. In keeping with our own tradition, I will now bow to my right and bow to my left. I now request the delegates to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Please note that the rules apply and that processes apply for this virtual sitting. I would therefore like to remind you of the following: that the virtual sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the virtual sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of National Council of Provinces, that for the purpose of the quorum, all delegates in the virtual platform shall be considered to be present in the House, that delegates must always switch on their videos, that delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted unless you have permission to speak, that the interpretation facility is active, and that any delegate who wishes to speak must use the raise hand function. By now, members are familiar with the raise hand function. And just to indicate that I've been informed that there will be no notice of motion or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to the policy debates, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister of Basic Education and the Minister of Higher Education and their deputies to the House. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the first order of the day, policy debates on budget vote number 16, Basic Education Appropriation Bill B4 2021. So without any waste of our time and just ensuring focus, I now call upon Honorable A. Mutsecha, Minister of Education, to open the debate. Honorable Mutsecha. Minister Mutsecha, are you there?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Also, am I not audible, Chair?
You are audible. You are audible.
Oh. Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So again, let me acknowledge you, Chair, and also cabinet colleagues that are present here, honorable members of the NCOP. I saw a number of MECs also. Let me acknowledge them. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, on behalf of our sector, we really wish to thank the NCOP for inviting us here to table the 2021 budget at this 2021 debate on vote 16. Chairperson and honorable members, as much as a basic education sector, working with other people in the sector or other members in the sector, our teacher unions, our national governing bodies, our civic associations, the public and the private sector itself,
we're losing you, Honorable Minister. Just try to speak to the mic.
Trying to stay
and be a bit slower.
Academic year of Chair.
Please proceed. Don't
Can I start then?
position.
Start counting zero. Okay, thank you, Chair. So, Chair, and I'm saying, members, that as much as the unions and ourselves and teacher unions, the parents, the governing associations, the private and the public sector tried to save the 2020 academic year. But indeed, the coronavirus pandemic had a very devastating effect on our work.
We're losing you, Minister. Definitely there's something that's not right.
Lots of teaching time just between 2020. Volume full.
Yeah, you keep on breaking.
I keep on breaking. I'm sorry, I don't know what is happening. So am I clear now?
Yeah, if you can just keep it at that.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. It's making me tense. Okay, Chair, as I said, we lost lots of valuable time, but also lost a number of our people. We lost the HOD of the Eastern Cape. We lost the president of NATU, but also lost MEC because of the pandemic. And we continue to say, may their souls rest in peace. Chair, as I say, we have lost lots of teaching time, but we can't be complaining because we tried very much to make sure that we can salvage whatever was left of the year. And the adjustments that happened last year did affect our allocations that we're going to be reading now. That the allocations we're reading now are allocations of a reduced budget from 2020. For instance, our overall budget for this year, Chair, comes to 27 billion, which is an increase of 15.5%, but it's a 15.5% of what would have been reduced last year. Then on conditional grants, we have been given 20.7 billion, which is an increase of 20.2%. We have also been allocated 16.2 million, Chair, for systemic improvement in language and numeracy in the foundation phase. Had also been allocated 19.9 million to make sure that we can start allocating money to technology for grade 7s to 9, Chair. And we are very grateful of these allocations because indeed they help us to roll in some of these new initiatives that we had started in this current financial year. Chair, we also have an allocation of 3.7 billion which has been earmarked for as transfers to school, and it is an increase of 5.7 billion. We have also been allocated 1.6 billion, which is a transfer that come through DBE, and again, it's an increase of 1.4 billion, 1.4%. Fifthly, Chair, the presentation that we're making to the medium-term budget policy statement, the minister did give us as a department 7 billion last year, which was used for the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. And that money was divided as follows. National Department got 1.2 million, which was used for project management, support, and monitoring. And then we allocated more than 6.9 billion to provinces, which was used by provincial departments to pay stipends of your teacher assistants, was used also for UIF, but was also used about 2.4 billion from that money, was used to save posts because some of the schools, especially your independent schools, with the COVID challenges, were unable to pay salaries. So the state gave them 2.4 billion to save posts. And from that process, we saved quite a number of posts. From the Presidential Youth Initiative, we can report, Chair, that we created more than 320,000 employment opportunities for young people. And in the saving of posts, money that was given to us, we have managed to save 27,662 posts. Chair, I'll also read the allocations that have been given to different provinces. For instance, the Eastern Cape has been allocated 35.1 billion, which is a reduction, unfortunately, of 3%. The Free State has been allocated 15.5 billion, which is a reduction of 0.1%. The Gauteng has been allocated 53.5 billion, which is an increase of 1.1%. KwaZulu-Natal has been allocated 53.2 billion, which is a reduction of 5.3%. And Limpopo has been allocated 32.6 billion rands, which is a reduction of 3.5%. Mpumalanga has been allocated 22.3 billion, which is an increase of 0.4%. The Northern Cape, for instance, has been allocated 7.1 billion, which is an increase of 0.6%. And Northwest Department has been allocated 18 billion, which is an increase of 1.8%. And the Western Cape has been allocated 24.5 billion, which is a reduction of 0.4%. So again, Chair, the total adjusted budget from provincial departments combined is 288.7 billion, which in total is a reduction of 2.4% for all the provinces combined. Specifically, the total provincial 2021 budget allocations were reduced by 8.4%, as the 5 of the provincial education department saw reductions in their baseline allocations. As I've indicated before, that the reductions of this year's budget is based on the reductions that we experienced last year. So, Chair, the strategic realignment of the basic education sector priorities, we want to say or remind members of the NCOP that we had prioritized a number of areas, that the basic education priorities, we had committed ourselves, amongst others, to build a very solid foundation for quality and efficient education system, as well as contribute to providing permanent solutions to the architecture of our education system. Therefore, we wish to remind the House of our Action Plan 2024 towards the realization of Schooling 2030, giving expression to the following areas. And these are informed by the declaration in the Constitution that have been given by the NDP, but also by our international and continental commitments. Therefore, Chair, the Constitution, the NDP, and all other commitments that were in conventions, they do provide us with a moral imperative and a mandate as government, both at national and provincial levels, to make social justice principles of redress, of access, of equity, of efficiency, of inclusivity, and quality education opportunities to be available to all citizens. So our collective role as basic education executives and administrative authorities is to ensure that the social justice principles provide a uniform foundation for our work. At the outset, we advise the honorable members of this House and the public to do visit our website, Chair, with the full speech. We have posted it in our website for more details on our programs. But to remind members that our first priority, for instance, in this term has been the relocation, to prioritize the relocation of early childhood development from the Department of Social Development and the Department of Basic Education. Chairperson, we must consider that the complexities of this process were major, but were not overwhelming, and can report that great progress has been made. I'm happy to report that as 2 ministries, we have managed to crack the codes, and many processes have begun. A systemic process for the relocation of ECD from DSD to DBE at an advanced level. Proclamations are going to be signed, and we are going to cater in the first phase the 2 years of ECD before grade 1 on section of compulsory education. We're also adjusting or realigning the process to our amendments to the bill. The second priority, Chair, which we also have to remind members, was around the realignment of our curriculum, so that we have a strategic implementation of a curriculum with skills and competencies of a changing world in our public sector. And amongst others, Chair, did report that we're introducing robotics and coding in our schools. And I can report that on March 19, we did gazette our coding and robotics curriculum for comment in preparation for training of officials and the appointment of service providers that are going to help us in this sector. And I can report, Chair, that the EDTP has assisted us with an amount of about 7 million towards this process. So I'm happy to report that also that the private sector like Sasol has really worked very hard with us to make sure that we finalize the curriculum and are benchmarking it. Again, Chair, if you remember last year, I did also report that we're expanding our programs, and can report that, for instance, the marine studies have become part of the bouquet of subjects we already offer, and particularly as part of the ocean economy, which contributes about $6 billion towards our country's domestic product. We're also excited to say this year, at the end of the year, there's going to be a first cohort of learners which are going to write marine science. We also have to say, in partnership with the province of Gauteng and the Department of Transport, we've introduced aviation curriculum. We are proud that the country will introduce another a unique South African subject offering that includes all occupational work areas within the aviation medium. And again, Chair, I want to report to this House that we are also excited that we have established the guidelines and management of our focus schools, which again are going to help us to enrich our curriculum by providing additional skills, which are skills of the future. We have a total of 103 subjects in all our provinces. There are 103 schools in all our provinces which have been audited and will or pilot the occupational subjects. Chairperson, I also want to say, we also reported last year that we will up our game around ICT services in our sector. Unfortunately, with the advent of coronavirus, we were forced to frog leap, and can say that since that we have provided 191 special schools with ICT devices, assistive technologies, as well as appropriate software for teaching and learning. And we were supported by Vodacom, NTN, Liquid Telecom, and Cell C. They made a number of devices available to our schools. Again, Chair, last year I did report to this House that we have established a ministerial task team on the development of history for grade 4 to 12 and have developed a history content framework for all these grades, including a review of topics, including historiography, material culture, archaeology, African history, heritage and local history, including labor history, language, gender, and culture history, inland history, and the world history. So currently the Ministerial Task Team Chair is dedicated at writing, at sequencing, and packaging identified content to ensure that there is an alignment in terms of articulation, of sequencing, of progression, and conceptual development. Again, Chair, we can report that the next area that we're focusing on is the incremental introduction of African languages. Even in that respect, Chair, we've made lots of progress. We also have, and can say that in the list of subjects that we have brought into the milieu, we have looked at Khoi, Noun, Nama, Sign languages, and South African Sign Language. We had thought that by last year we would have brought in Kiswahili, but because of challenges with COVID and also the pressure that we've had, we're not able to start with the Kiswahili program. But the other exciting program, Chair, that we want to report on is the introduction of the General Education Certificate, which has been provisionally approved by UMADUC, and the standardization process has happened. And we do plan that we'll roll out the program of the General Education Certificate in 2023. We have actually, again, Chair, drafted a national assessment framework which will serve to coordinate assessments conducted in the general education and training bands. And it's a basket of purpose-driven assessment from entry levels to grade 9. And we also have finalized our work around systemic evaluation. Chairperson, honorable members, we have repeatedly presented national and international evidence that learning outcomes in our entire education system have been on an upward trajectory. However, we are mindful that the gains we have made are currently threatened by COVID-19 pandemic. But we feel that despite the gains in learning outcomes, we have realized we are currently faced with mounting evidence from our researchers of significant and continuing learning losses. And hence, Chair, as a sector, have agreed that in the third term, pending what the infection rates are, we will start inviting all our primary learners back to schools so that we can have some normality in the sector, because it is affecting us badly. On the 19th of May this year, Chair, the Council of Education Ministers unanimously supported full attendance of primary school learners at the beginning of the third term. So CM has also unanimously agreed to suspend the contact sports and all events related to 2021 South African music competitions. Again, that we're doing in view of the reported incidents of infections that came from our school. So I can report, Chair, that as the Education Center, we will continue to intensify compliance with the non-pharmaceutical COVID-19 protocols and ensure that our educators and support staff are prioritized for also vaccination. So in conclusion, Chair, I really wanted to wish to report that we recently conducted SGB elections, which were very exciting, successful. We have in total more than 250,000 school governing body members. We are in the process of training and inducting them in the sector. We also want to thank the international partners and sister departments which have helped us a lot. I want to take this opportunity, Chair, as I close, to single out SAIS, Umalusi, NCT, and our teacher unions, including our school governing body association and the principal associations, for assisting us and continue to assist us through counsel and advice and give us impeccable support that we need. I wish to thank the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, and the whippery of our committee from the NCOP, especially the chairperson, the honorable members of our select committees. We cannot forget to acknowledge the members of CM and the heads of education departments that have also assisted us to be this far. Finally, Chair, I really want to thank my colleague, Dr. Mhaule, the Director General, and officials from both national and provincial departments with the ongoing support and cooperation that they've been giving to the sector. I want to thank you, Chair, before you stop me.
Thank you very much. we will then proceed to Honorable M. in Chabele. Honorable Chabele.
Good morning and thank you. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable members, and the people of South Africa. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the MEC of Education in Limpopo, Mayor Wushielo, for having performed very well, particularly with the procurement of PPEs. They've done the right things and done them the right way. We thank you and we are proud of you. The African National Congress supports budget vote 16, basic education. In order to create a national democratic society, we need to educate our society to build such a democratic, egalitarian society, which does not discriminate others on the basis of race and class. The Department of Basic Education, Chairperson, is entrusted with a critical mandate for our nation. Educating children and the youth is a foundation and cornerstone of a developing country and to improve the socio-economic well-being of its people. The cognitive development of children is honed by their education. Hence, the quality of education contributes in the learning outcomes. This is why the ANC has placed education as an apex priority of government to address the inequalities in education and to improve the quality of education for all. This is important due to the centrality of quality education for human capacity building. The inequalities in our education system, Chairperson, are due to its history of the two education systems during apartheid, one being for the privileged white and the other being for the underprivileged Black people. Closing this inequality gap has been a key priority of the ANC government in order to enable all South Africans equal opportunities through opening the doors of learning and culture, as the Freedom Charter says. In this month of the youth, let me also remember the 1976 generation who fought against bad education. Their struggles were not in vain, as we today have schools across the class divide becoming top performers. The basic education budget vote responds to the various challenges of that are facing our society and the education sector. The fact that we have made progress in many areas does not mean that we have realized the education system we want for the country. This is because the inequality in the sector continues to exist, and those who are impacted are the poor and the blacks in the main. The coronavirus pandemic laid bare the backlog in closing the gap of basic services such as water and sanitation. The pandemic also exposed how the sector requires more infrastructure development interventions, as many schools have less and or poor infrastructure capacities. The learner-teacher ratio target should be the standard we attain in order to enable quality teaching and learning. Access to digital devices is also skewed amongst provinces and schools. During the hard lockdown, learners from privileged backgrounds had digital devices to continue learning while the poor did not have any. The Department of Basic Education had to develop a multimodal approach in order for learning to continue through radio, TV, workbooks, and workbooks delivered to learners. This was a real show of love and commitment by the minister and her team. This department should focus in expanding access to digital devices and connectivity in our schools. The changing world of fourth industrial revolution requires digital skills. Despite the difficulties of the pandemic, we must commend the department for supporting schools to continue learning under the pandemic during a period of a lot of unknowns and during the current conjuncture. It requires leadership and commitment from all public sector workers, and we salute the department for this. The impact of learning losses due to closure of schools has a severe impact on the learners in the long term. This impact is estimated at 74% for the year 2020. This is the impact of school closure for learning. Recovering the lost time is as good as not possible, as the period of schooling has not been extended and not even under consideration due to its triple effects on higher education and market skills demand. We also welcome the matriculants outcomes of 2020, Honorable Minister, because they demonstrate the correctness of the decision taken by the cabinet in ensuring that schools are reopened. And you are a champion of this campaign, Honorable Minister. We celebrate you. The department is still continuing with the accelerated school infrastructure development initiative to eradicate the mud schools and schools with inappropriate infrastructure. The ASIDI program also addresses issues of water and sanitation. For the financial year 2021-2022, the ASIDI program will build 21 new schools and provide 1,000 schools with sanitation facilities, excuse me, at the tune of 2.3 billion rands. This is not the only infrastructure program in basic education, as our provincial department also spent significantly on infrastructure from their provincial allocations and the infrastructure grant managed by the national department. So together with the provincial departments, we will definitely win this war, or march towards winning it. The education infrastructure is allocated at 36.7 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework. This is to realize the medium-term strategic framework to eradicate learning under the trees, eradicate mud schools, eradicate the sanitation backlog in schools. And all this will be done by the Department of Basic Education. One of the issues which have led to a great financial loss for the department is the vandalism which we saw during the year 2020. This during the lockdown, the hard lockdown. This is an issue for all social partners working within the law enforcement state agencies to speed up this process and make sure that those involved get arrested and, due causes happen. And that some of the things, if they could be retrieved, we should also retrieve those stolen properties from the schools. This school infrastructure are properties of the community and should be protected for generations to come. Another impediment in the sector is the disruption of construction work by groups of business firms, which in a way they do not follow procurement processes to provide services, but yet they want to provide the services. So this causes delays in the project that are under implementation. Local economic development is an important imperative of the distribution of income across the country, but local contractors should follow due processes for them to participate. National and provincial departments should ensure that procurement processes take local economic development into consideration. This will avoid the disruptions which are negatively impacting delivery of infrastructure, resulting in the funds being returned due to lack of spending. This delays economic development. But again, we need to intensify our public education in the form of public participation meetings to explain to our developers and our business people what processes to follow when you want to participate in this in the construction of schools or participating in the business within the education system. One of the recent social ills which affects learners is bullying in our schools. This was placed in the public domain through the incident of Lufuno Mavungo, who ended up taking her life due to the humiliation she endured. May her soul rest in peace. There are many other learners who are bullied in our schools. It is important, honorable members, that we make sure that the department continues to address this issue systematically. Incidents of sexual harassment and rape in our schools should disturb all of us in this house and society as a whole. Perpetrators of such acts should not be allowed anywhere near the education system, even at an administrative level. They must be far away from the schools. If we are to build a society which embraces values of human dignity, such persons should not be allowed in the public soil. Gender-based violence and femicide is the second pandemic as described by the president. We should unite against these social ills, which are a manifestation of patriarchy. Our basic education curriculum should focus on these aspects to ensure that we embed values that are enshrined in our constitution. Honorable members, our education system should not only respond to the current material conditions, but it needs to adapt to the changing world of production. The fourth industrial revolution is going to significantly change production and economic activities. The future will surely be more technological and digitally based. The president in State of the Nation address spoke of the introduction of coding and robotics in our education system to prepare our learners for the current emerging skills need and a future of technology, robotics, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain, technologies, and other interventions. The only constant thing in society is change itself. The conditions in which I grew up as a child and the conditions the youth of the 80s and 90s are growing up in are also different. Our children today, unlike us, grow up in a period where the flow of information is rapid. The advent of internet and the expanded access to digital technology have meant that our children are highly able to use these instruments, like cell phones, and play games on the internet. This means that we need to expand access to connectivity and digital devices. The department has to adapt its educational content to respond to this changing condition and to teach learners on how to use the internet as different cyberbullying and adult content is easily accessible in the internet. Also, the parents must play an important role to ensure that their children do not go beyond what they are allowed to peruse in their phones and on their laptops. The department entities such as the South African Council of Educators and UMALUS have been allocated budgets which support their mandate. These entities are critical in supporting the education sector and the department to ensure the quality of teachers and their conduct and the quality of the education standards. The South African Council of Educators should be supported to ensure that all teachers reported for sexual harassment and other abuses are processed in an efficient manner, as this act will it's impacting on learning and psychological stability of students in our schools. Honorable Mr. and the Chairperson, the teacher development program by the department is commendable, though through the Funza Lushaka Bursary Scheme, which provides support for many students who are absorbed in the department, with an 86% absorption rate. The department will be awarding 11,500 bursaries. This is a welcomed intervention, Chairperson, for the current and future needs of our education system. The African National Congress supports budget vote 6 of the Basic Education Department, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nchabeleng. The next speaker is going to be Honorable D. Christians.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, Honorable Chairperson, the COVID-19 pandemic has left deep and indelible effects on the lives and learning of children in South Africa. A recent study has found that although children have not been framed as the face of the pandemic, they are in fact amongst its biggest victims. It is no secret that because of decades of inequality, later further exacerbated by a failing government, that many vulnerable children were further deprived from their only hot meal or reprieve from abuse because of the extended periods they were unable to attend school. These inequalities have further highlighted the challenges such as the disparities in digital literacy, access to the internet and internet-enabled devices, which of course are key considerations in remote learning. The impact on educational staff also needs to be acknowledged. At the start of 2021, it was estimated that more than 2,000 teachers have lost their lives. Teachers were placed under additional strain when they were required to provide remote learning, even though most teachers and learners do not have the required technology or pedagogic understanding to undertake effective remote and online learning. This has placed an added moral and emotional burden on teachers around the country. Chairperson, quality education is a constitutional and international human right. It includes access to safe, clean, and adequate school facilities. However, this undisputable right is clearly being denied to many learners across this country. This downward spiral of education continues despite the fact that the department receives one of the largest budgets, specifically the increase to 27 billion rand for the 2021-22 financial year. However, Chairperson, the department is also seeing cuts to its salary budget, while funding for consultants is one of the biggest increases in its budgets. This means less money for internal capacity in government, while more money flows to private parties. Minister, while the School Infrastructure Backlog Grant that funds the Accelerated Schools Infrastructure Delivery Initiative receives 2 billion rand in 2021-22, it is discouraging that over 400 million will be taken from the grant over the next 3 years. The enduring question is, when will this department commit and allocate sufficient funds to address long-standing and ongoing infrastructure failings at our schools? By March 2020, just before COVID-19 struck, it was reported that only 266 out of 3,980 schools that needed it had benefited from the President's own 2018 Sanitation Appropriate for Education campaign to address inadequate sanitation. Only 30 schools were built from the SAFE budget, and only 21 earmarked in this 2021-22 financial year. Minister, I would like to invite you to the Northern Cape to show you exactly which schools should urgently be allocated funding for infrastructure. In Kimberley, for example, Homevale High School serves an impoverished community. It is on the verge of collapse. All the classroom windows are shattered. The desks and chairs are in an advanced state of decay. There is a broken pipe that has been leaking water for the past year. They need 7 additional teachers. And even more concerning, Minister, is the fact that a section of the school building has been held up by scaffolding for the past 5 years. The provincial department visited the school after I wrote to them. However, nothing has been done to date. What are they waiting for? Another tragedy like the collapsed bridge at Driehoek High School in Vanderbijl Park? Additionally, this very same school had a matric pass rate of only 37%. And the school next to them, Emmanuel High School, had a 7% matric pass rate. It is no secret, Minister, that the Northern Cape also had the lowest matric pass rate last year. Additionally, Minister, in Berkeley West, also in the Northern Cape, community members have embarked on a strike action in Mataleng because of a half-built school which has been left undeveloped for the past 5 years. In Kimberley alone, Chairperson, there are at least a dozen dilapidated school structures. Many of these deficiencies are in breach of the government's own minimum norms and standards for educational facilities. Furthermore, across the country, there are still more than 3,100 pit toilets, yet only 1,000 have been targeted in this budget. This leaves thousands of learners vulnerable to accidents and possible death. There are still mud school structures, asbestos structures, vandalized schools, and thousands of schools deemed unsafe due to no fencing. Chairperson, the budget shows that approximately 8 billion being allocated to the National School Nutrition Program for 2021-22. This is the same amount that the government originally said it would spend on the program when it published the previous budget in February 2020. How is this humane, considering that so many parents have lost their livelihoods during this past year, and more children than ever before are going to school hungry every single day? Chairperson, the scholars transport system remains an additional concern for thousands of children. Recently, we saw more than 37,000 Eastern Cape pupils have been left stranded without transport to schools because of the Transport Department's budget cuts. It remains a concern for thousands of children who are exposed to danger and hazardous terrain as they walk to and from school every day. Underspending on basic education is a further concern, as the budget shows a concerning trend of underspending. Recently published data shows that government spending per learner on basic education decreased by an average of 2.3% between 2009 and 2018. The February 2020 budget showed a further downward trend by cutting the total basic education budget in real terms, possibly the first time this has happened since the democratic era. A trend that is now continuing in the current budget. Since 2016-17, funding for education as a percentage of the total budget has decreased from almost 19% to around 15%. Minister, education departments must be held accountable for how allocated money is spent. Last year, the DBE spent 818 million irregularly, which is up from 210 million in the previous year. A further concern, Minister, is our learners and the effect that the long-term cancellation of school sports has been having on our youth. Studies show that while all COVID-19 protocols should be observed while participating in sport, sport and other physical activities offers a lot of benefits for children and young people. It improves cardiovascular health, strength, body composition, and overall fitness. Exercise even has immune system benefits. The youth in our country need a positive outlet to express their energies and frustrations, and sport has always been a healthy alternative. Minister, lastly, it is policy implementation on a provincial level that is failing our country as well as our young people. The poor implementation of policies and the funds being stolen by cadres will see the complete destruction of basic education and further drive already vulnerable communities further into poverty and inequality. I thank you.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will come from Honorable Gillian. Honorable Gillian.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, MECs, Honorable Members, the people of South Africa. Our country is officially in the third wave of the global coronavirus pandemic. The third wave poses a lot of risk, socially and economically. It also poses a risk to the education sector and how the department should approach this time of turbulence and uncertainty. More losses of time for teaching and learning in our schools would be tragic and will require significant efforts to cover the lost ground due to closure of schools last year. One of the key policy priorities of the ANC in the 6th administration is the early childhood development migration from the Department of Social Development to basic education. This is to ensure that the provision of education for the cognitive development of the children is done through basic education. This will support efforts of the department in ensuring that grade R and double R are compulsory for all children to make sure that they are ready for grade 1. When children are taught correctly at an early stage, the prospects of academic excellence and progress is greatly enhanced. Reading with meaning is one of the priorities of the department, and in order to improve such learning outcomes, the foundation of every child is important. The President in his SONA emphasized the ECD migration as a priority of the 6th administration, because when our ECD sector is effective and lays a good foundation, then our children will perform better when they get in the schooling system. This is a long-term strategic imperative for the sector. The ECD migration will be concluded in April 2022. We urge the two departments to speedily confront the complexities of this migration and basic education should be prepared to take our ECD sector to a higher level of learning outcomes for all, particularly the poor. The department's target of increasing the number of 5-year-olds in grade double R of 95% by 2024 is important to improve the preparedness of children before they start schooling. The complexities in the sector will create a lot of challenges in transitioning to a comprehensive ECD sector, which provides quality childcare and teaching for all. Maths and science remain a key area of priority of the department, as these subjects support the urgent demands of our economy in order to increase industrial production and innovation. In order to be competitive amongst other nations, we need to continue to improve our science and maths learning outcomes. The 2019 trend in international maths and science study indicated that there is progress that is being made in our education system. This is a positive indicator the opposition will never acknowledge. Honorable members, poverty, unemployment, and inequality is endemic in our society. It is for this reason that the Basic Education Department allocates significant resources to support two programs which focus on alleviating poverty and supporting the poor. This is the National Nutrition Program, which provides healthy food for learners, addressing the problem of food hunger in our schools, which impacts negatively on the learners' performance. The department also provides meals during this pandemic, despite the low uptake. Honorable members, this demonstrates how the department prioritizes the well-being and success of learners. This budget votes support 19,950 schools, which will be provided with nutritious meals on each school day. Another aspect which mainly affects the poor and those living in rural areas is the fact that other learners stay in far-flung areas from school. Other students would have to walk tens of kilometers to go to school, which exposes children and the girl child to various safety risks and abuses. The National Scholar Transport Program is an important intervention by the department to address the problem facing many learners across our country. Honorable Minister, one of the key policy areas we should begin to assess and evaluate is the impact of the scholar transport as it relates to learners who travel to far-flung areas whilst passing a number of schools next to their homes. This is also enabled by the right of the parent to place the learners in the school of their choice, subject to availability of space. It is also very unfortunate, Minister, that the so-called best-run province in this country is currently being taken to court by the parents because of unplacement of learners in the Western Cape. Shame on you, MEC Debbie Schaefer. Jou onderrok hang lelik uit. Learners drop out in our schools due to various reasons, and the department's policies provide support for the well-being of learners so that they become focused in their education. Though the dropout is not extremely high, any learner who leaves our education system should always be of great concern. We urge our communities and all political parties to continuously campaign and encourage our children and our youth to be committed in their education. The overall program of the Department of School Improvement is important to ensure that all our schools should be able to provide quality education with good performance outcomes. The fact that good performing schools are not just a reserve of schools in urban areas or schools, but our schools in rural areas and the townships also have high performance outcomes and matric results. Issues of government and management of schools is important to provide support for the functionality of our schools. Schools' institutional cultures are important. Leadership provided by principals in our schools should earn a high level of discipline and commitment of learners to perform to the best of their ability. We welcome the smooth running of school governing bodies across the country. Our SGBs should strengthen their efforts in developing and supporting our schools to improve their learning outcomes and to also ensure that school safety is on top of the agenda. The African National Congress support this budget vote because in this vote lies a better future for our country and its children. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gillian. The next speaker is Honorable Gade. Honorable Gade.
Thanks, Honorable Chair of the NCOP, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Members of the House, Minister of Basic Education and Deputy Minister of Basic Education, participants through visual platforms, media houses. Chair, allow me to reflect just on the policy priorities of the sector. Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us that the teaching and learning should take place anywhere, anytime. This means the parents have an indelible responsibility and role to play in the teaching and learning of our own children. Thus, the Eastern Cape reading plan comprises of providing readers every year for all young children from grade R to grade 3 to take home and meet with the families. The department will also make available some guidelines on how parents can assist their children to read for meaning. We remain, Honorable Chair, committed to the country's vision of providing children with access to quality holistic childhood development so that the children reach their full potential. The Department of Basic Education and the sector in general is preparing its own systems for the ECD function from the Department of Social Development to Basic Education. It is crucial, Chair, to note that at the center of this function is still the process to improve the development of the children and the quality of the ECD education in providing the best support to the children from the early age and onwards. The sector has established relevant governance structures, Honorable Chair, to support the migration phase, namely the human resource, finance, budget, legislation, and contracts, immovable and movable assets, communication and stakeholder engagement, monitoring and evaluation, data information, and as well the ECD program implementation. These work streams are to ensure seamless transfer of the function and are providing regular feedback to the relevant ministries. Key in the ECD function, Honorable Chair and members, the shift migration will be to ensure there is no interruption on the service delivery. As the department, we are really thankful with and appreciate the support of the MEC for Social Development, the support of the Minister for Basic Education, and the support of the Minister for the Department of Social Development. Chair, as the province currently, we are having 228 projects in various stages of construction. The department's construction program and the built environment's economy has been severely affected by the pandemic of COVID-19. It is worth noting that these construction programs will be resuscitated in the current financial year and as well the next financial year 2022, with all projects under construction resuming in phase-in manner or approach. Chair, I wish to reiterate that the importance of partnership in the execution of our own school infrastructure program. As submitted at this August House, the public-private partnership can be a leverage as an important mechanism for addressing our school infrastructure backlog, Chair. We will continue to engage with Treasury and other relevant government structures, including private sector and civil society partners, in exploring all options to resourcing and supporting our rollout of our school infrastructure program. The Department of Education has put a second school landscape plan to ensure that the rationalization process is implemented orderly to make sure that learners have access to quality education within the schools in the same circuit. Where a school is closed, resourced like learner support material, furniture, and finances are going to be transferred and relocated to other schools nearby. Chair, our basic education sector plan states that the COVID-19 pandemic and associated closures have brought to the fore the weakness of information and communication technologies in many schools in the province in particular, and gaps with regard to digital content for the learners and teachers in the country in general. It is for that reason, Chair, that the pandemic undoubtedly presented a new challenge, but it can also be serves as a catalyst for innovations in areas of e-learning and e-governance, and as well e-administration for the province and generally for the country entirely. The Eastern Cape Department of Education Services is in excess of 5,000 schools, the bulk of which are situated in rural areas, Honorable Chair. To facilitate the bridging of the gap and considering the difficulty in rolling out the infrastructure in deep rural areas of the province, the department is exploring a project targeting a minimum of 1,000 schools in the poorest wards using satellite technologies so as to bridge the digital divide. All learners, no matter their social economic circumstances, must be afforded the best opportunities to participate fully in the fourth industrial revolution, Honorable Chair and members. The Department of Education has approved the piloting of coding and robotics program in primary schools. This includes grade R, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and grade 7. This is in response to the rapid technological advancements brought about by the fourth industrial revolution in education. Learners will be provided with the foundation for future work and careers in computationalized based programs solving in line with the emerging trends in how to live and work. This contributes to one of our 4 pillars, which is based on education transformation plan, Honorable Chair. Chair, seated here in this august house, we should always be reminded that we are here on behalf of the people that have voted us and mandated us to lead the society in general, formulate relevant policies, coordinate resources, so that goods and services can be distributed to the public. Honorable members and through you, Honorable Chair, this calls for a certain caliber of leadership, because for any task or project to be achieved in a meaningful manner to fulfill the public desire and responsibility, We are not only required to have a budget, relevant resources, and strong systems for a particular task or a project to be catered or to be out and successful. We are required to have an element of or trait of ethics. This is a element that is necessary for any leader of any nation to institutionalize or an organization to ensure that tasks are accomplished in the interest of the people that all of us we seek to live, Chair. Honorable Chair, it is in the absence of the ethical leadership that in times of this turmoil, we had people benefiting unlawful in the PPE's contracts, which are currently a subject of investigation by the SIU. It is also in the absence of ethical leadership that we are constantly receiving reports of unlawful activities or irregular spending on our institutions and organizations that deprive the poor, the marginalized communities in the entire country in general. Honorable Chair, we also want to
and your
take
time
this
is
opportunity.
up, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks so much. Thanks for the opportunity you have given to us.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable S. Lihihi. Honorable Lihihi.
Chairperson,
Yes.
74% of South African youth are unemployed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
This is directly related to the broken down education system we have in this country. It is young black people.
Try to speak a bit louder and direct to the mic.
It is young black people who have.
Yeah, loud now, loud and clear. Please proceed.
Okay. Chairperson.
Yeah, go.
Chairperson, 74% of South African youth are unemployed. This is directly related to the broken down education system we have in this country. It is young black people who have to endure a lifetime of suffering because they have failed by the government. The COVID pandemic demonstrated for all to see that well-resourced schools with properly trained teachers and social support services for both learners and teachers can withstand almost any challenge. While schools were closed during level 5 lockdown, many were due to school managed to keep learning going. While millions of poor black students in townships and villages have nowhere to go. At the end of each year, we see the exclusive independent examination board schools prospering because they are able to put the basic structures needed for a prospering education system in place. Many public schools continue to operate under the logic of colonialism and apartheid. So many years after democracy, with schools serving white communities properly resourced and schools serving black communities being no different to dumping sites. As a consequences, today a child's experience of education still very much depends on where they are born, how wealthy they are, and color of their skin. We still have two education systems in one. One is white, well-resourced and prosperous, and the other is black, under-resourced and forever in crisis. Lack of school infrastructure, non-delivery of textbooks, unqualified teachers and shortage of qualified teachers, poor mathematics and physical teaching, violence inside classrooms. All these are problems exclusively faced by schools that cater for black children. Schools in rural areas in townships and farms, which caters primarily for Black and poor learners, are littered with problems of underperformance of poorly trained teachers. And as we have argued before, the department has done very little to stem the tide of dropouts in these poor schools. Every year for the past 7 years, we have noticed that only half of those who entered grade 1 are able to finish their grade 12. Almost 500,000 learners get lost to the system every single year. They will grow up to be unskilled, unemployed, and unemployable. All of them are Black. A Black government makes it difficult for these half a million Black learners to get an education. Apartheid may have fallen from status books, but it is very much alive in the manner we provide education to our children. There are many causes for this. Which are solvable if the department can get its house in order. These are number one, pervasive poverty, which makes it difficult even for the most capable of learners to focus productively on their schoolwork. Number two, undue influence to offset over the functions of schools to an extent that and they have particularly taken over powers to even appoint teachers. Number three, poor planning and execution of exciting plans. This leads to such terrible deeds such as non-delivery of textbooks, poor schools infrastructure, and no intervention at chronically poor performing schools. Number four, deeply embedded corruption and ineptitude within the department, leading to unemployment of unqualified teachers to teach learners in rural provinces. Number five, lack of context knowledge by the teachers of the very subject they are meant to teach. These problems require comprehensive solutions, one that won't be implemented by the Department of Education alone, but which must be led by it. This is what needs to happen to solve basic education problems in this country. The department must lead a process to restore back the dignity of teaching. This must entail review the salaries of teachers to ensure that they are properly paid. There must be universal standards for quality basic education for all. This must mean that there must be same norms and standards for school and infrastructure, for learning and teachers' course materials, for provisions for people with disability across all schools, by the rural or urban. There must be comprehensive review for the funding model for schools. The current funding model promotes inequality, where to the public schools are allowed to charge school fees to make up for the inadequacy for government funding, while poor schools are made to be non-fee schools with very little government support. Quality of education must never be directly proportional to wealth. It must be universal.
Yes. Nako ifedile. Ifedile na kume.
We
The
reject
time is
this
up.
budget vote. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ngwezi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to the Honorable Minister Colleagues in the NCOP, please bear with me with the background, Honorable Chairperson. It's work, 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 and everywhere work.
No, we understand, we understand.
Both our education departments continue to suffer due to the pandemic and the uncertainties in these departments. For basic education, the situation is worse. The uncertainty in the Department of Basic Education and the choices made by this department make things harder for our children and their teachers. For instance, how is it possible to go ahead and open schools when COVID-19 infections are rising each day and we are in a third wave? Where is the consideration for the health and well-being of teachers and learners? While acknowledging the importance of educating our children at a young age, and while we are aware that it will be difficult to recover the lost ground, NCOP believes, or NCOP does not believe, that education must come at the expense of the human lives. We certainly do not want to place our teachers in a position in which they have to worry about their lives and both learners. The Department of Basic Education must also adopt urgent measures to create a conducive environment for children in the schools. The bullying of learners must be addressed so that no child finds themselves in a position in which they fear going to school because of bullies. Concerning the Department of Higher Education and Training, the IFP is very concerned about the abuse of funds at the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. This wastage occurs at a time when NSFAS is dropping students every year for lack of funds. Sustainable solutions must be found so that no university student is left behind. This can only happen if we cut wasteful expenditure and protect the funds entrusted to NSFAS. Also, the department must ensure that NSFAS makes funds available to students on time so that they don't have to suffer indignity while waiting for their funds to be processed. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP will support this budget, vote 16, and budget vote 17, so that our challenges that our kids and teachers are actually facing in schools can be addressed, and also in the higher education sector. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Next is Honorable P. Bushielo. Honorable Bushielo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson, the Minister of Basic Education and the Deputy Minister, honorable members, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all. Chairperson, I thought we were discussing the higher education budget when I heard the previous speaker speaking. I thought it was debate vote 16 of basic education. We thank you for this opportunity as we take part in this virtual debate of the Department of Basic Education, vote 16. The times we are operating in are different and unprecedented for us as a sector as we endeavor to provide quality education to all the learners in Limpopo. In basic education, we are continuing under these very trying and difficult circumstances presented by COVID-19 to protect the rights of all children in our school. We continue to play our role with our school communities in the global effort to change the course of the COVID-19 pandemic by ensuring that we comply with all the health protocols to slow the spread of the virus. Needless to say, we have worked with partners in the province from teacher unions, governance association, civic society, private sector, and our communities to save the academic year. As we speak, Limpopo is occupying position 7 in the national ranking, 2 places above where we were in 2019. We applaud the resilience of our learners who fought tooth and nail to perform excellently despite the COVID-19 challenges. We shall continue to work together in this academic year to ensure that the difficult and different circumstances are made bearable for the sector in the interest of our children. whose future we must secure. We understand fully well our mandate, and it has been made very clear in our constitution that education is an alienable right for all. The constitution of our country serves our children's right and stresses it in section 21A, the respect and protection of the right of a basic education for everyone. We do not take for granted this constitutional mandate because basic education is an essential function for our nation. Honorable Chairperson, the advent of COVID-19 had implications of what resources are allocated to the Department of Education. Resources to deliver on this mandate are required so that learners receive their education under safe environment as per the safety protocols and health guidelines that we need to adhere to in our endeavor to slow down the spread of the virus and ultimately to flatten the curve and save lives. In the midst of the COVID-19 and its disruptive nature, we need to protect the right to basic education to our children. We need to educate our people on what they must do in order to avoid COVID-19 infection. We need to actively build a bridge to a prosperous future, but at the same time, with understanding that the storm is still very much with us. COVID-19 have changed us to rapidly learn to live in the new normal. Honorable Chairperson, the COVID-19 pandemic has compelled us to accelerate our efforts towards embracing the fourth industrial revolution. Access to technology is no longer meant for the privileged few, but it is a basic necessity for all. The pandemic has compelled us to accelerate our interventions on the use of digital means of education. For this purpose, we have in this financial year 2021-22 allocated a total budget of 228 million to roll out our e-learning. A two-pronged approach will be followed in rolling up the e-learning strategy. The first one is being implemented at 106 MST schools, which have been provided with all the smart classrooms. The second one will be the provisioning of tablets to learners and laptops to educators in schools in the province. Given the available budget, the department will be implementing an e-learning in two grades, grade 1 and grade 8. There are 142,123 learners in grade 1 and 125,645 learners in grade 8. To this effect, we will need 355 million to cater for grade 1 learners and 340 million to cater for grade 8 learners. With the available budget of 228 million, we have decided to stagger the provision of tablets to 19,000 in grade 1 and 16,000 in grade 8 learners in quintile 1 to 3 schools, with the goal of covering all the school when funding becomes available. Laptops will be provided for educators from the 228 million budget that we have since been set aside so that our learners can be taught accordingly. Chairperson, coding and robotics are designed to provide learners with knowledge, values, and skills needed for the fourth industrial revolution. As part of rolling out this project in the 2021-22 financial year, the province will be piloting this project in 133 primary schools. As a department, we will be offering in-house training courses to 200 targeted educators through the department's coding club. This club is composed of educators who are knowledgeable in this field and will thus be used as an important resource in rolling out this project. We have also taken a decision to resuscitate the 16 former Dinaledi School to increase performance of math, science, and technology in the province. These 16 schools are now part of the MST conditional grant. Honorable Chairperson, knowing that Limpopo is endowed with natural resources, we are working very hard to collaborate with the private sector and other key stakeholders to strengthen and support technical high schools to equip learners with relevant skills needed in the province, especially in the area of mining. Agriculture is identified in Limpopo Development Plan as a strategic economic development sector. It is critical that our agricultural schools are supported to be able to produce learners who are ready to pursue farming as a career and also pursue education studies in the field of agriculture to specialize. The department is working hand in hand with the Department of Agriculture to provide professionals and technical assistance in the identified 8 agricultural schools in the province. Honorable Chairperson, we also need school governing bodies to advance the democratic transformation of the schooling system and to provide a platform for the active participation of school communities. As we speak, our schools have constituted their school governing bodies where there are disputes in terms of eligibility, such matters are being handled as per the available prescripts, so that in the end, we have credible governing bodies playing a critical role in the management of the governance functions in schools. With regard to the basic education employment initiatives, 52,055 employment opportunities were filled by youth between the age of 18 and 35 years old. The other aspect of the BEEI was the fact that we saved 2,258 jobs from Quintile 4-5 and independent schools. We did this in order to save posts and protect curriculum delivery at the schools, given the hardship imposed by the pandemic, which affected the payment of salaries of SGB appointed educators. At the moment, the teaching and learning is taking place at our schools, and our schools are also implementing differentiated timetabling as part of adhering to the strict requirements of safety and health COVID-19 protocols. We continue to emphasize the importance of wearing masks, which we have provided to our schools, the importance of sanitizing from time to time, and keeping the safe social distances in order to keep each other safe in our school. Chairperson, we wish to appreciate the good work that our school continue to do under the most trying times. Our stakeholders across our province are also playing their role in ensuring that our schools are supported and learners are not interrupted from going to school. These are indeed difficult times, and the virus have outstretched our limited budget. Nevertheless, as a sector, we are expected to fulfill our constitutional mandate and ensure that services reach the deserving members of the community, particularly children of this province. Our plea to NCOP is to support us so that we are able to provide quality education to all our learners during this uncertain time and difficult times. It is important to remind all stakeholders and the broader community that education is a societal matter, and that together we can do a lot more as we build the future for our children. Let's us grow South Africa together. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bushiano. The next speaker is Honorable M.A.P. De Bruin.
Thank you,
Honorable De
Chairperson.
Bruin.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is a fact that COVID-19 had a devastating and lasting impact on our education, but it is also important to admit that there were devastating failures before COVID as well. As we depend on education to provide the future leaders and workforce of tomorrow, we must ask ourselves, what is the quality of those leaders and workforce going to be? With the current standards, I fear that we have a lot to be worried about in the future. Om waarlik ons jong mense te bemagtig vir die toekoms, is gehalte onderwys en standaarde nodig. Dit kan slegs realiseer as daar voldoen word aan die nodige infrastruktuur, 'n kwaliteit kurrikulum en onderwysers wat bemagtig is om hul werk te kan doen. Die verhoging in die begroting is 'n positiewe, maar soos met elke ander departement, is die groot vraag: gaan die fondse reg en verantwoordelik bestee word? En as ons na die verlede as 'n voorbeeld moet gebruik, is dit ongelukkig baie onwaarskynlik. Mens kan nie help om te wonder, waar is al die miljarde rande wat begroot was vir onderwys die laaste 26 jaar heen nie? Veral nie as ons gaan kyk na die honderde skoolgeboue oor die land wat in ongebruik staan, of waar die toestande so haglik is, dat dit net sowel in ongebruik kon wees. Waar is al die tegnologie wat voorbegroot is? of die basiese hulpmiddels vir onderwysers waarsonder hulle elke dag steeds moet klaarkom en dan steeds van verwag word dat 'n sekere slagsyfer gehandhaaf moet word. Soos met elke ander departement word die onderwys besteel en dit ten koste van die jeug wat in die nabye toekoms die leiersels gaan moet oorneem. Instead of empowering youth with quality education, this department rather falls back on practices where grades have to be adjusted by schools to ensure the required pass rates to ensure funding, or systems where a student can only fail once per phase and then passes based on age instead of merits. Surely this can't be seen as empowerment, but rather as a setup for failure in the future. And once again, the youth are the ones that will be suffering in the future. The promises and budgets of the past 2 decades have amounted to very little, and only by prioritizing new schools, decent curriculums, sufficient aid and equipment for teachers, and reinstating mother tongue education and better standards will there be hope for the future of South Africa and its education. Thank you, Speaker. Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is going to be Honorable M.R. Mahaule, but as she prepares to ascend the stage, I'll call on Honorable Ngwenya to chair the session going forward. Honorable Mahaule.
Thank you, Chair. I wish I'm audible.
Yeah, you are.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the ministers present, the Special Minister Mutseha, Deputy Ministers, honorable members, the Deputy Chairperson of the House, permanent delegates, MECs for education, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani. This month of June, Chair, is always known as a youth month, and this year we commemorate the 45th years anniversary of the class of 1976 under the theme, The Year of Charlotte Maxeke, Growing Youth Employment for an Inclusive and Transformed Society. This class of brave and courageous young men and women was not just distinguished, it was distinguishable in its generational mission of freedom in their lifetime. This was the rallying call for guided their struggle against a brutal and unjust regime, which was declared a crime against humanity. Our sector honors these outstanding young people in our continued efforts and commitment towards improving the lives of South Africans by restoring and growing the economy in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, which has exacerbated other challenges the country has been experiencing, including the quest to provide quality basic education to all South African children. Chairperson, we are pleased as a department that the allocation of curriculum policy support and monitoring has increased to 2.4 billion, which is an increase by 10.3% from the 2020-21 baseline. This will certainly assist to boost the department's stable and progressive curriculum that's not only internationally benchmarked, but also transformative and fully incorporates the 21st century skills and skills for a changing world. The department, in collaboration with the provincial education departments and teacher unions, have developed the recovery annual teaching plans for monogrades and multi-grade schools for the 2021 academic year. The ATPs were mediated by teachers to teachers by the provinces. The ATPs and the presentation to meditate them are available on the website of the department. The focus of the ATP is on prior foundational skills. In the foundation phase, baseline assessment were administered in home languages and first additional language to determine the learning losses of the previous year. We have made inroads on all official languages, and South African Sign Language enjoys the status of an official language in the education sector. The department has collaborated with several stakeholders, including PEN South African Language Board, to start work on the promotion and development of the Kuku Nama language. We are conducting an audit to Khoi, Nama, and San communities in the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and Free State provinces in order to plan on how these languages should be phased into the schooling system. The introduction of Kiswahili in the NSC will go a long way towards decolonizing education in the continent. It will promote social cohesion and also assist in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and world's largest free trade that was launched in January 2021 to unify Africa as a single market to develop the continent. Kiswahili, the widely spoken language in the continent, is projected to be the business language of Africa and will play a significant unifying role. To get the system ready for implementation, we have collaborated with the National Education Collaboration Trust and developed grade 4 to 6 South African language tool kit to incremental introduction of African languages. In isiZulu, isiXhosa, isiNdebele, Swati, Venda, Sepedi, plus Nama and Kiswahili. The grade 4 to 6 toolkit includes structured learning programs and have been integrated into electronic resource packs. A few samples of material will be printed to the district and provincial officials. Provincial and district language subjects, advisors, and teachers were trained on the utilization of the grade 4 to 6 South African language toolkit in March to May 2021. The Honorable Chair, in response to the 2019-20 SONA mandate of ensuring that every 10-year-old can read for meaning by 2020, the department has conceptualized the integrated reading sector plan, which has informed the development and implementation of reading strategies in all provinces. Central to the sector plan is primary school reading intervention program, which comprises 4 sub-programs, that is early grade reading assessment, early grade reading study, Read to Lead campaign, and National Reading Coalition. Through these partnerships, we have been able to train more than 30,000 teachers on how to more effectively teach reading for understanding, who in turn supported about 1.5 million children since the inception of the program. We have also upskilled more than 7,000 senior management teams to be able to support their teachers. As part of the Basic Education Employment Initiative, we have placed 23,000 young South Africans as reading champions in schools in all 9 provinces to be part of the massive reading revolution drive. Furthermore, we have heeded the President's call for a reading movement by establishing the President's Reading Circle through hosting virtual reading clubs. We are doing this in collaboration with NECT under the banner of Read to Lead. All South Africans are invited to join these exciting monthly events, which happened every last Thursday of the month. We also invite members of the NCOP to this. Chairperson, with the severe shortage of health professionals, social workers, psychologists, and counselors in the country, it's important to find implementation modalities that can reach as many learners and educators as possible. At the same time, building the resilience of teachers to adapt to the challenges they may face. The department has collaborated with the Department of Social Development and other partners in ensuring the provision of psychosocial support. In addition, the provincial education departments have received immense support, including human resource in the form of social work interns. These are in the different provinces, additional personnel is being provided for psychosocial support. Free State Department of Education has partnered with the Department of Social Development for the placement of social work interns at district level. 54 social work interns have been placed in the respective district and hotspot areas within the circuit, and in addition, 50 change agents have been appointed by the province. In Gauteng, Chair, the Department of Social Development employed 110 social workers and attached them to education districts before the COVID epidemic. In Limpopo, 170 learner support agents have been appointed. In addition, 120 learner support agents were appointed. Their term ended in March 2021, and 117 social workers have been appointed to date in Limpopo province. The KwaZulu-Natal province has set up transversal teams, which consist of Department of Health, Social Development, non-governmental organizations to respond to various crises that arise in schools. Honorable Chairperson, the past year was very hard on the infrastructure program. There were no construction in Q1 due to the hard lockdown. Even Q2 was tough as we still experience restrictions in the number of workers per site and restrictions on the traveling of workers between provinces. Despite all of this, we managed to make significant progress in the provision of school infrastructure during 2020-21. The ASIDI and the SAFE programs are both scheduled for completion in 2022 to 2023. In ASIDI, there are a sub-program to replace 362 inappropriate structures. We have already completed 281. The remaining 81 will be done in the next 2 years. On water supply, there were 1,228 school projects, 1,104 have been completed, and the rest will be completed in the next 2 years. On electricity supply, Honorable Chair, 373 schools were identified and they were all completed. On appropriate sanitation, 984 schools have been identified and 925 are completed. We are just remaining with 59, which will complete in the next 2 years. Under the SAFE program, Chair, focusing on the eradication of basic pit toilets at 2,850 schools. The department has already completed 748 sanitation projects. The remaining 2,102 projects are scheduled for the next 2 years. In this regard, we wish to express our gratitude to our valued partnership with China, South Korea, and the United States of America.
As you conclude,
for extending hand on water and sanitation. Honorable Chair, on the safety which members are complaining about, we launched a program of school safety intervention initiative on the 28th of May. And that program is continuing. It will be taken to all the other provinces. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, I must thank and commend the resilience and the leadership of our minister, the MECs in all the 9 provinces, parents, teachers, learners, school management teams, community leaders, and valued partners, including the Select Committee on Education, Culture, Sports and Recreation, for trusting us with the mandate of providing access to quality basic education for the children of South Africa. I thank you, Chair.
thanks very much, Honorable Member. Order.
Malibongwe.
Order, Honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable Baha, DA. Honorable Baha.
Masbulele Mamoslar. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister and members of the House, I want to greet you this morning. Chairperson, COVID-19 has proven that its impact cuts across human beings in different ways. It has affected life negatively, whether you are young or old. That is why it is important that we safeguard, particularly the young ones, to the best of our ability. The young ones are the future of our country, and therefore we must have them in our hearts and minds all the time. In these dark times, the one thing we must and can give them is a proper education so they can have a brighter future. However, during this period, students or learners spend 50% of their time at school. This is the time when they do 5 days, 5 days in 2 weeks at school. This is due to the COVID-19 induced mode of attendance. What remains of interest is whether there is the ability to cover the normal school work in half the time and what strain this may have on the students and teachers. The longer a student stays out of school, the higher the risk of dropping out. Additionally, students who are out of school, particularly girls, are at an increased risk of vulnerabilities of exploitation, teenage pregnancy, etc. In spite of the call to return back to school by the department, it remains to be seen in the light of the third wave upon us this time around. And at this point, I want to say that there are learners in Gauteng, not only in the Western Cape, that are not yet back at school, who are looking for schooling around Florida in Gauteng. So I just want to correct that in the light of what Honorable Gideon stated, that it's something that needs to be looked at and highly considered. We need to find ways and means to make schooling more accessible to learners without internet, or rather make internet more accessible. That would be meeting learners halfway instead of having to be at school under the current circumstances. This is the measures we have to take as our teachers have not been vaccinated. In Zambia, there are districts like Chikuni where children stay far from school. The distance to the school would be about 50 kilometers, and therefore they can't travel to school because of poverty. These boys and girls also have to assist at home in farming due to lack of income. These children access education through radio broadcasting, and they are doing well. The Zambian model partners with big business, getting them to sponsor radio broadcasts as part of their corporate social investment spend. It is very successful, and noting the low levels of literacy in part of rural Zambia, parents are tuning in too. This calls upon the private sector to play its role in the future of our children. There must be a rethinking of how to make a success out of different circumstances. Public and private partnership is therefore essential for the success of our learners. There is quite a number of schools that require infrastructural development within this department. A budgetary cut of 1.9 billion when there are mud schools that are removed from the priority list. How is that possible? If there has been such budgetary cuts, how is that going to be achieved? There are schools that were damaged by fire during the COVID-19 lockdown. These schools require budgetary increase in order to deal with those damages. There is 122.8 million cut on getting rid of pit toilets, while there are still 2,111 other schools with children at risk of using pit toilets. There is 123 million cut on school nutrition, while most learners are already without meals. How does the department expect meaningful learning when learners don't get food at school? A hungry child cannot learn, Minister. Gauteng senior government officials paid 63.5 million to companies whose contracts were deemed irregular by the Special Investigative Unit. In a matter of weeks, the directors of 7 companies contracted were on a shopping spree of designer watches, jewelry, luxury cars, plastic surgery, etc. They have amassed this cash in endeavors to decontaminate schools, Gauteng schools during the COVID-19 lockdown, and blew more than 40 million at a go. How do we allow acts like these to occur when we know our children are sitting in classrooms hungry? With the coming new wave of COVID-19, it is a concern what situation of educators in our schools is going to be. With the number of educators who have comorbidities, it would be interesting to know as to how many of the teachers have chosen to take early retirement or just resign. That would leave the department in a bad situation in trying to find replacements, especially with the limitation on the budget. It would be critical that teachers get COVID-19 vaccines as soon as possible, as they are also frontline workers. That would ensure that education and schooling continues without hindrance of COVID-19. But until such time, it would be irresponsible to have grade 1 to 7 learners return to school, particularly with the third wave of COVID-19 upon us in South Africa. The exposure of these students to unvaccinated teachers poses a risk that should have been avoided by the vaccination of teachers. COVID-19 remains a huge setback of our basic education department. Job losses of parents due to COVID-19 has extended to more learners on the school nutrition program. It is therefore more important for the department to find creative ways of capping the impact of this ordeal on the young ones. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank
Thank you, Honorable Member. The
Mama
next
Ngwenya.
speaker is Honorable Tongeni.
Mama Ngwenya.
Honorable Tongeni.
Mama Ngwenya, order. Order, order, Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Member, what order?
It's Mlindi Nana here. Chairperson,
Nana,
can I? Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, can I check? I do note that the chat function is disabled. Is there a reason for that, Chairperson?
Chocolate unyakuri. Tlohela man.
Andazi ukuthi uthetha ngantoni sana.
Mama Ngwenya, apha ku-Zoom asikwazi ubhala i-charts sithumela apha meeting as we would normally do. It says chat disabled. So I wanted to check if there is any reason for that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Nana. I'll ask the table to assist me. Honorable Pindela.
House Chairperson, the function is active. I just confirmed it now.
Okay, thanks very much, Advocate Pindela. Honorable, the next speaker is Honorable Tongeni.
Inkosi mhlali ngaphambili ndiyabulela ngelithuba eninike lona. Ndicela ukhe ndilungise umhlonitshwa uNgwezi. Umhlonitshwa uNgwezi udibanisa indwendwe nevisitors. Uzowulile emngcwabeni orong. Ufanele balile kumngcwabo ka-17 ngoNSFAS, angalili kumngcwabo ka-16. Kodwa ke siyambulela nomlilo lowo wakhe. Noko masithembe uba next time uzawuyazi. Inkosi mhlali ngaphambili. House Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, the quality of education of a country has a relationship to the prospect of economic development. Beyond the economic aspects, education is a right in the Bill of Rights in our Constitution. It is a right which enables the creation of equality to opportunities to participate in the economy. Social education and learning and knowing in the only way humans can self-produce. This budget vote on basic education is a critical vote if we are to realize the society our Constitution seeks to create. Our education is an important component of creating a national consciousness of the value and principles enshrined in our Constitution and the objectives of creating a national democratic society. Many of socialists, such as gender-based violence and femicide abuse, racism, and sexism, required education as a contribution factor to change the social behavior. National consciousness is important for the nation as it enables an understanding to respond to the challenges which face our society, which is mainly the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and equality. House Chairperson, as the ANC, we send our condolences to those who have lost their lives in duty due to the pandemic. We also salute the commitment of our teachers and sector stakeholders. This budget vote responds to the vision outlined in the Ready to Govern document of the provision of free and compulsory education being based on the equalizing the per capita expenditure between Black and white education. This will be done within a framework which ensures that resources are redistributed to the most disadvantaged sectors of our society, in particular women, rural and mental or physical disability children. Distribution of resources by the democratic government response to the development gap amongst our schools have been one of its milestones. Addressing inequality in our society requires the distribution of the revenue collected by the state to better the condition of the poor, thus addressing poverty. The narrative of the Democratic Alliance and economic freedom fighters on government not closing the infrastructure and resources gap is unfounded and not based on evidence, contrary to the narrative by the opposition, which is oppositionist, illogically even on matter of progress of the nation. The balance of evidence demonstrates the significant progress made. We today have the top performing students coming from your most rural areas and schools in rural areas and townships have laboratories and other educational facilities which only existed in school in urban areas or schools designed for the privileged minority. The department will also be piloting the implementation of robotic and coding, which should enable dynamism of our learners in the global political economy, which is based on competition. Reading is one of the areas of learning which needs to be strengthened. The weaknesses of reading with meaning by the age of 10 impacts negatively on the cognitive development of the learner. The strengthening of ECD will contribute in decreasing these weaknesses. The sustainable and effective pedagogy to improve reading is through building and reading culture in the country. As a reading nation is more conscious and free, if we ensure schools have libraries and children are taught reading books at a young age, this will positively contribute to improve reading with meaning. This does not only apply to learners and lower grades, but all grades. Critical thinking skills are developed through reading and exposed to various knowledge. The comprehensive development of children and youth is important. The level of sickness related to obesity and other health ills can be decreased through ensuring our schools have adequate sporting facility. This is a good for the well-being of the student. Psychosocial support is an important service our schools should be linked to. Abuse our society is prevalent such that our society do not effectively react to acts of abuse when they simmer. The ANC resolved that working with the Department of Sports and other social partners such as Association of various sports and South African Sports Club and sports sponsors should develop a social compact to ensure sports in the integral part of the education life of all students. The fact that other students have adequate sporting facilities and others don't is an inequality which requires government to implement programs which will address the anomaly. Many sports players develop in their schools and are part of schools within institutional culture for the development of the learners. Honorable members, the lesson from the bullying incidents in Mbilwi and many schools across the country is a societal problem of violence and weak social relations. The family is an important unit which has an impact of the cognitive development of children and the social behavior they adopt. We welcome the support that the department has provided in creating awareness and ensure that they strengthen school safety committees. The department, the deputy minister has been leading campaign in this regard. Let's all unite against bullying and cyberbullying. Let us protect learners from abusing and creating a culture of reporting these incidents in our schools. The rollout of the campaign themed open quote school safety, violence and bullying prevention initiatives, close quote, aims is to mobilize learners, parents, teachers and key stakeholders in promoting a safety learning environment for equality education. The influence is not only limited to the family, but social institutions such as religion, education, and friends. This shows the importance of moral generation at a family level and broader society. With the digital world and the influence of social media, it is important that our efforts in the education sector encompasses all role players, including SGPs and quality learning and teaching committees and traditional leaders. In essence, it is a societal responsibility. Paulo Freire emphasizes the importance of critical engagement in society to bring about transformation. Problems of alcohol and drug, which all times find their way to schools and communities, required enforcement because this erodes the focus and commitment of learners. Enterprises which sell alcohol should be monitored to comply with the legal requirements of purchasing alcohol. The department should also continue to strengthen its program within the Department of Police and conduct random checks in schools to fight drugs and violence due to learner carrying dangerous objectives to schools. The society efforts have assisted in identifying dangerous objects and drug syndicates which target learners. In this regard, it is our societal responsibility to report such incidents to law enforcement offices. And this is the stage a lot of learners lose focus on their education. The African National Congress supports the budget vote 16 of basic education. This vote is a key priority of the ANC and the future of the nation. Education remains a weapon to fight poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Thank you, Mhlali-Ngaphambi. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabulela mama.
Thank you.
Honorable members, the next speaker is a Minister of Basic Education, Honorable A.M. Motshekga.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to thank members of the NCOP and members from different provinces for engaging with us on this budget. I found their points very helpful and we have taken notes. Chair, I will just comment on a few. So those that have not commented to doesn't mean that we are not taking note of them. But I want to appreciate what the chairperson of our committee raised around the vandalizations of schools and continue to appeal to communities to say the breaking in of schools by those few minority or those few people who do it are a major setback to us because we do continue to have challenges with infrastructure. But also venture to thank communities that go out of their way to volunteer, to repair our schools, clean our schools, and say, indeed, those are their assets and we appreciate their partnership. The other thing I wanted to also raise, Chair, to Member Christian, to say, until such time members have the humility to admit to say we are where we are because of where we come from, then I don't think people can speak about any morality. We are where we are with a legacy which is difficult to eradicate because we come from a sad history where all these things of undermining the majority and the rights of the majority of people has been undermined. So Member Christian can't talk about what the moral of what, without acknowledging the sin of apartheid which has landed us here. So start there where the sins, we can say what things. Schools that was that. So once you're counting the two, count the hundreds that we have built, which are of the high quality. And the other point that eradicate pillar prints, it doesn't mean that we have a magic wand that day that will say 3,000
what needs to happen for
it means it's an annual program. So on year 2, which means they're still outstanding. So if you're going to count programs of year 3 and say they are discounted by scholar transport, correct, which sometimes it is lack of budgets, but is parental going to really place themselves, which is a problem that we're acknowledging. And as she correctly says, it creates a number of problems. We are looking at that with the department, with Treasury, and also the Department of Transport. So we are aware of the problem and we're trying to deal with it. On member of the EFF, I could even write her speech. I know what she's going to say. Past rates of people have not passed, corruptions and what. I really want to appeal to members to say they are indeed very important. It will help sometimes if they can bring a different narrative that would be helpful to debate and not repeat the same story. It's as if it's a script written that each time we take a platform on education, speak about old textbooks that were not delivered, talk about
Minister, you are telling us what we must write on our speech.
Problem. So I think it will really be appreciated if a member, it will be appreciated if a member indeed could help with counsel with new ideas that will take us forward and not repeat the same story. It is boring.
You should have the new ideas.
We are not repeating.
On the question of Africans, Chair,
we are not repeating our speeches.
Also to the
And you
member
must not
of
tell
the
us
Freedom
what was
Front
right.
Plus, I also know what they would have said to us, and I would have known that they were going to raise a question of Afrikaans, as if Afrikaans is the only language. There is a program, we agreed. So it doesn't matter whether you agree with them or not, they will repeat the same line. We agreed on the importance of mother tongue instructions, and that's why in the Eastern Cape, there's a major program around mother tongue instructions. So we agreed, and that's why there's this program of mother tongue instructions in the Eastern Cape. So it cannot only be mother tongue instructions because it's in Afrikaans, all languages. That's why we're speaking about teaching Khoi languages, San languages, your South African deaf language, because we value all first instructions. On the question of the other member from Gauteng, from DA, comparing every time you speak about this, then the ANC in Gauteng doesn't have schools. We're not playing hide and seek to say ANC this, DA that. So it's just said that half the time members of the DA will always want to compare this rabbit with an elephant and want to say, yeah, the rabbit can run fast. All kids in our care belong to all of us and we care about them. If there are children who have not found space in the Western Cape, it's a fact. So don't worry about the fact that, yeah, in Gauteng also they've not found space. What difference does it make? We are working with provinces to make sure that indeed we can find placements for all learners. And indeed, both provinces, including your urban areas like Natal, your Petersburg, where there's rapid urban migration, as a sector, we're experiencing problems of placements and can admit, even to both ANC and DA, that the provinces have gone out of their way to make sure that indeed we can place learners. In the Western Cape, the province had issued new budgets, which were not part of the education department, to make sure that we can accommodate learners. The same thing happened in Gauteng, and it is a national crisis that we are constantly on the lookout for. On the question of vaccinations, again, we agreed, it's not even a political issue, we agreed that teachers must be vaccinated. We agreed that they are indeed very important so that we can create more space, but they're not, the vaccination of teachers is not necessarily linked to the return of children to school. We want young children to return to school for different reasons, not because teachers are vaccinated. We want them to return to school because this differentiated timetable is causing lots of problems in the sector. We're losing more time and we're beginning even to observe high levels of juvenile delinquency because when young people are not adequately engaged,
conclude, Honorable Minister.
About them. So it is important. So Chair, let me really for the engagement and also acknowledge the fact that what the last speaker spoke about around sports, to say she's quite correct. It is important to work with Department of Engage. But Chair, let me take this opportunity to thank all the members who participated in the debate and say indeed we've benefited from the engagement. Ongiyabonga ke Sihlalo.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Thanks very much, honorable members and deputy minister and the minister. Honorable members, we now continue with our speakers list, but now on policy debate on budget vote number 17, higher education and training appropriation bill B4-2021 National Assembly section 77. I'll now call the next speaker, the first speaker, Minister of High Education, Science and Technology, Honorable B.E. Nzimande.
Tata Pepe, toi.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the NCOP, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Honorable Kutumanamela, the Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation, who is also acting at the moment as the DG for Higher Education and Training, Dr. Philip Jwaha, and senior management, chairpersons and CEOs of our entities, heads of our post-school organizations and institutions, as well as science councils, student and trade union leadership, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and comrades. Our National Council of Provinces budget vote address comes at a time as we mark 45 years since the June 16 student uprisings of 1976. We commemorate the Youth Month through a theme linked to Mam Charlotte Maxeke's 150th birthday anniversary, the year of Charlotte Mamanya Maxeke, growing youth employment for an inclusive and transformed society. Malibongwe Kamala Makuskazi, Raw Young Lions Raw. Honorable Chairperson, our Department of Higher Education and Training seeks to provide education and training opportunities to all South Africans and those who are out of school to acquire further education and skills they require. Through our programs, we offer in our universities, technical and vocational education and training colleges, in our CETAs, in our community education and training colleges to cater for youth and adults in our system. We acknowledge that the need for education, skilling, and reskilling of our society is a joint and collaborative effort that requires all our spheres of government as well as all key stakeholders to always work together in a commitment to build a better life for all. In response to the negative socio-economic impact of COVID-19, Cabinet approved the strategy of the Department of Science and Innovation to drive a multi-pronged national vaccine production and development strategy to secure our nation's long-term pandemic preparedness. Through the Department of Science and Innovation, we are working closely with the 47% called BioVac as the state to increase the scope of public participation and leveraging capital investments by domestic, private, and international vaccine players to build South Africa's vaccine production capacity. To manage the effects of COVID-19 in all of our institutions, our Department of Higher Education and Training has since established a COVID-19 team comprising of universities South Africa, the South African Public Colleges Organization, higher health and health experts to coordinate our sector response and collect institutional case management reports on this pandemic. Working together with these stakeholders, we managed to conclude the 2020 academic year and commence with the 2021 academic year as per our COVID-19 risk-adjusted strategy. This team has also been replicated in all of our institutions and includes students and trade union representation. Honorable members, Honorable Chair, as you might be aware, our department is a national department that does not have a fully established provincial or local footprint. However, we are seized with work to fully capacitate what previously has been our regional offices responsible for activities to be fully functional, representative of our Department of Higher Education and Training in provinces. We have 6 such offices in various provinces. We are also exploring workable solutions for the coordination of all our science, technology, and innovation interventions in all our provinces. We participate also through the district development model, through the Ministerial District Development Model Initiative that I am running, to ensure that we reach to the ground and to all the provinces. Through this model, we've officially launched a fleet of 10 roving district campus health and wellness fleet mobile clinics or Mahamba at Ondini, for instance, in KwaZulu-Natal. But these mobile clinics are managed by Higher Health, which is our agency responsible for health and safety of all our post-school education and training institutions. And they are now to be found, these mobile clinics, in all of our provinces. The district campus health and wellness fleet provides primary health care to underserved technical and vocational education and training TVET colleges and community education and training colleges, as well as rural and disadvantaged university campuses in all of our provinces. In order to align our skills development and innovation strategies much closer together and to facilitate an innovation-led, skills-based economic growth and development strategy, I am pleased to say that I am revitalizing and expanding the Imbali Education and Innovation Precinct as a project which is a pilot to explore and test an alternative modality of education delivery based on closer multi-educational institutional cooperation, closer articulation with science and innovation linkages. And this includes local high schools, a school for the disabled, as well as the Tibet College campus and the University of Technology campus. Effectively, what this means, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is that we intend to integrate our universities, Tibet colleges, centers, and our national system of innovation in order to produce a well-rounded student who is ready to take up their positions within our economy and society. This project is also intended to be the first of 3 such education and innovation precincts to be established as part of the new national plan for post-school education and training, with the next one set to be established in Guyana in Limpopo, where we will also be setting up a new university campus there as well. I do invite members from KZN in particular to visit this Imbali Education Precinct so as to see what I'm talking about. One of our exciting projects also is to expand and relocate the University of Zululand teacher training faculty to the former Zululand Parliamentary Precinct at Olundi. We are exploring offering culture and tourism studies at this campus as well. This ANC government, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, working together with University of Zululand, is currently in the process of conducting the feasibility study for this project so that we can in earnest begin with the renovations of the current building and construction of new infrastructure in order to realize this campus. Through the regional innovation support programs, we are engaged in a concerted effort to increase our spatial footprint of innovation support so that innovation can enable localized socio-economic development. I'm also pleased to say that we will also be studying provincial growth and development and local economic development strategies so that our department is better able to align its post-school and innovation support interventions with the district development model. To this end, we'll be piloting technologies that facilitate service delivery to ensure appropriate technology deployment, for instance, for waste management, water and wastewater management, housing, sanitation, and energy provision, among others. As you will notice, Honorable Chair, this is a strategy that integrates both higher education, science, as well as innovation. We'll also use our technology stations programs to deepen our provincial spatial footprint for higher education and training. These stations will have stronger links to Tibet colleges. We are also expanding the rural living labs concept in each province in this current and for the forthcoming 2020 academic year. These labs, 2022 academic year, sorry. These labs will expand programs aimed at equipping young people with 21st century digital skills for employment, supporting grassroots innovators to develop solutions that will help resolve some of the community challenges. Honorable Chair, honorable members, one of our critical interventions in our Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation landscape is the Higher Education, Science, Technology and Innovation Institutional Landscape, which we call HESTIL Review, which has just been completed and was ably led by Professor Aaron Rensberg, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg. I will soon be releasing this review for public comment, as part of strengthening the institutions and agencies that are supporting higher education, science, and innovation. I must mention that I regard post-school education and training system infrastructure as critical for both teaching and learning for students, as well as for student accommodation. Further, there is an opportunity for our built environment students to have the opportunities to participate in the post-school education and training infrastructure development process as artisans, interns, and for their registration with occupational bodies to be seamless. To address the fragmentation that always existed in the provision of our post-school education and training infrastructure, I have tasked the planning branch of our Department of Higher Education and Training with the overall coordination of all of our infrastructure in the department. Equally, to ensure that we have strategic and technical support, I have also appointed a team of technical experts to advise me and constituted as what I call the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Infrastructure, in short, MAKI, which in Nguni languages translate to mean the builder. The sector has improved its spending, I am pleased to say, in the College Infrastructure Efficiency Grant, which now has reported a commitment and spend as of 31st March 2021 of 601 million rands, which is 24% of the targeted expenditure, and with the commitment of 589 million rands already in supply chain management processes, which then represents 48% committed expenditure on the 2.5 billion rands expenditure targeted at TVET college infrastructure. The process is underway to assess the total maintenance needs of our colleges. However, at present, we have identified 50% of the demand, which when extrapolated comes to 11.2 billion rand. In addition to the rollout of the maintenance of TVET colleges in maintenance, priority construction of new infrastructure is continuing within a downscaled budget as a result of the impact of COVID-19. I am, however, pleased to report, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that of the 16 sites which we started to construct in 2014, Tabazimbi, Kandla A, Umzimkulu, Grafrenet, Nongoma, Aliwal North, and Bambanana Phase 1 are already now being occupied by their recipient colleges. This is indeed an important achievement. Umsinga and Kwagqilazi sites are scheduled for completion within this quarter of 2021-22, with Balfour in Mpumalanga and Bungusha in the Eastern Cape due to be completed in the third quarter of this year and Greytown in the fourth quarter of this financial year. Again, in this financial year, there are further 3 TVET campus sites which are under construction. That is Vryheid Engineering Campus, the Giani Campus, and Kandla B. In addition, there is a co-funded project with the Chinese in Tshwane North and Tshwane South TVET colleges, which is scheduled to commence in the third quarter of this financial year. We have also established, together with the Development Bank of Southern Africa, a student housing infrastructure program to centrally facilitate the construction of student accommodation. I was opening a 2,000-bed accommodation of this nature under this program at the University of Fort Hare last week, Honorable Chair. Our aim is to address the acute shortage of student housing and accelerate the development of at least 300,000 beds over a 10-year period in order to provide the much-needed student housing infrastructure in our 26 public universities and 50 TVET colleges. However, much more than this will have to be done. We've also completed feasibility studies for about 14,000 student beds as part of our student housing infrastructure project phase 1 developments spread over 6 public universities. I've already mentioned the University of Fort Hare, which has just recently completed its 2,000 beds, just over 2,000, which is actually state of the art. I invite Honorable members from the Eastern Cape, just to visit University of Fort Hare Alice campus to see what I'm talking about. That now is making Alice to begin to look like a mini town in the true sense of the word. As part of this 2,000 student beds development, Nelson Mandela University also completed 1,800 student beds at its main campus in University of Northwest and University of the Western Cape are currently in construction with 2,700 and 1,700 student beds respectively, and we expect to complete this by the end of 2022. There are also additional 5,500 student beds included in this program for the University of Limpopo and Sphako Makgatho University in Gauteng, which are also at a mature stage of funding. Phase 1 in total infrastructure program development have enabled an investment of about 3.5 billion rand, including the DPSA's commitment of debt funding of 1.6 billion rand for 12,000 student beds. Phase 2 of this program will comprise about 24,000 student beds that is made up of 12 institutions, 6 universities and 6 TVET colleges in KwaZulu-Natal, Western Gauteng, and you are more than welcome, Honorable, to visit this so as to observe progress that is being made. Feasibility studies for these 12 institutions are underway and scheduled for completion by next year. We're also working with my other entity, the Scientific and Industrial Research, to develop a tool aimed at specifically developing greenfield student housing projects to determine the optimal cost per bed. This will also include the use of innovative green solutions such as energy and water efficient technologies, building materials, and other technologies that are climate and environmentally friendly. Honorable members, our sitters are also and responsive to our skills demand of our economy currently, and are preparing for the post-COVID-19 situation. We've relicensed our 21 sitters, and we are producing, I'm pleased to say, 15,106 artisans annually, with Gauteng leading the pack in this regard. Our top 10 trades, which are very much associated with the President's announced Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Program, by order of priority include electricians, mechanical fitters, diesel mechanic, planner, millwright. We are indeed providing opportunities for our young people to become artisans. We are also strengthening work-based learning opportunities, and we've signed an agreement with the German government to introduce and shift our TVET college system to be apprenticeship-based. Let me then conclude by saying, Honorable Chair and members, I am really gratified for the support I'm getting from yourselves as the NCOP and the committee, critical as it is necessary sometimes. I also wish to thank our President, Madamela Cyril Ramaphosa, and my cabinet colleagues for all the support I'm getting from them. And gratitude also goes to my wife, my staff in the ministry, and the executive management of both my departments, as well as the boards and executives of our entities, and everybody who contributed towards the achievement of our mandate and the department. I therefore request the NCOP to support this budget. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister, honorable members. The next speaker is a Chairperson of Select Committee, Education and Technology, Sports and Art and Culture, Honorable M.E. Nchabeling. Honorable
Thanks a lot.
Chair.
Thanks a lot, Honorable House Chair and Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable members, and the people of South Africa. The 2021-2022 budget vote is tabled in the context of a global coronavirus pandemic, which has changed life as we know it today. The virus continues to threaten our health, social, and economic life. Many of our universities and TVET colleges had to extend their schedules to complete the 2020 academic year. The pandemic has changed academic calendar periods as we know them. The post-school education and training sector has always been negatively impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. The closures of institutions and the migration from contact classes to schooling virtually is the new normal imposed by the pandemic. This required a quick transition, particularly for historically disadvantaged institutions, despite them addressing the challenges effectively in other institutions, while others face challenges. For the technical and vocational education and training colleges, these were negatively impacted as they do not have the capacity and systems for distance learning. Despite this limitation, Chairperson, our TVET colleges have been adapting and using different multimodal approaches to ensure continued teaching and learning. Higher education and training is critical in building the human capacity to develop and sustain our nation. The pandemic has demonstrated the importance of knowledge and research in solving socio-economic challenges. We are not having human capacity challenges, Chairperson, in our health system in defeating this pandemic, though challenges can arise in other areas. Our investment in the human capability development through education and training will improve our efforts of creating an inclusive economy and to create the much needed economic opportunities. The student protest in the beginning of the academic year did not significantly distract teaching and learning. We should commend the department for responding to the call of students in various campuses and universities. It is important that the department is responsive as it exists to serve all the people of South Africa. Through strengthened relations among stakeholders in the sector, the stability of the sector was prioritized by all social partners. We can characterize the critical challenges of education as being that of access and how they succeed in the post-school education and training sector. Access challenges can be due to not qualifying for the National Student Financial Aid scheme, who are mainly, those who do not qualify are mainly the missing middle, who have debts with the universities or colleges, thus being unable to register the following year because they still owe universities some money. Okay, like I said, this hinders them from registering. Chairperson, issues of success are in the availability of food, availability of student accommodation, psychosocial support, transport, safety, and other factors which create a conducive environment for the success of the student. This budget vote responds to both these areas, Chairperson. Financial resources are never abundant, as capitalism, which is the social system based on profit, is an economic system of scarcity. The department has a responsibility to prioritize funds according to the mandate and priorities of the department. Honorable members, the government's priority of building an ethical and capable developmental state is a crucial one, as incapability will result in government resources not being deployed efficiently to ensure services are provided. Management in TVET colleges have different capability limitations, particularly financial and technical skills. The inability of TVET colleges to plan and implement infrastructure projects is a major area of concern. The budget allocation for infrastructure development has been reduced in this vote to the capacity within the colleges. We seriously need to deepen and broaden the theater of skills development and training in these institutions, particularly the TVET colleges that I'm talking about. Honorable Minister, our success of expanding higher education can also be a source of crisis if we do not expand the capacity of higher education and the development of appropriate infrastructure to provide this quality education. Technical support should be provided in order to ensure much needed infrastructure is delivered and timelessly. Infrastructure development is also a challenge for some universities, particularly historically disadvantaged institutions. This is also due to multiple interests that exist on university procurement. Procurement processes and policies in universities should be monitored to ensure compliance with established supply chain practices. Universities with these challenges has seen an increase in project costs and in other instances, what is called poor workmanship. It's poor products that will be produced. From a policy point of view, Honorable Minister, we need to begin to talk about the financial management standard of our universities. It is important for the government to ensure that universities follow Public Finance Management Act, because the PFMA is the policy which should guide spending of public finances. Universities are using public finances. The rising incidence of corruption and abuse of university resources requires urgent attention. Consequent management is one critical element of ensuring an ethical government. Failure to ensure consequence management exposes the financial system to be continually abused. Honorable members, skills development is a backbone in ensuring that that goods and services are developed. Globalization subjects our domestic economy to a global competition. In order for South Africa to industrialize and grow its manufacturing base, we need to ensure that training and education are linked through in-service training and learnerships, which exposes students to various industries as part of their education qualification. Our skills revolution requires optimum support by the private sector. The responsibility of skilling the South Africa requires all social partners. Every workplace should create space for young people who are unemployed to get exposure and work experience in order to find work opportunities. If we do not ensure that our youth are in workplaces and education systems, will be contributing in reproducing poverty and inequalities in our country. The recent reports by Statistics South Africa points to the rising unemployment in our country, particularly among the youth. The increase in social ills and petty crimes in our country is due to idling young people. The youth are inherently full of ideas and energy, and all social partners from government, labor, and businesses should contribute in creating a conducive environment to harness the potential of our youth. I remember Honorable Motswaledi once said in one meeting in Limpopo, I think was talking about dropouts, people who leave school for different reasons, mostly being that the conditions are not really that welcoming for them. He once said that mistakes made by doctors, we see them in cemeteries, smaller graves of children who died of diseases that should not have killed them. But those of teachers, we live with them every day. And are involved in crime and all other things. So we should ensure that the young people do not idle, that we keep them in schools and ensure that they don't actually drop out that way. We are pleased that there is a significant support provided by the department through the education sector and training authorities, which supports thousands of students across various economic sectors. Entities which support the delivery of the mandate of the department should continuously be strengthened in order to ensure they bring about the change we seek to create. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme is one of the success stories of the ANC government. This entity contributes in providing financial assistance for the poor. It is designed to alleviate poverty and close the inequality gap in our country. Honorable Minister, this entity has in the past been riddled with challenges of financial mismanagement and poor governance system, which has necessitated the entity to be placed under administration. We welcome the appointment of the new NSFAS board and the new CEO of NSFAS. We wish them well in strengthening the entity to deliver its mandate. The future of this country is dependent on your performance in supporting the young people to financially participate in education through providing those resources. The entity should adapt to the changing, that is the NSFAS should adapt to the changing world of digital technologies and adopt digital technologies which addresses challenges such as non-payment of recipients with their allowances to provide much needed financial assistance. This is what the TVET colleges need to use, and we've been supported by us, by NSFAS. Many students suffer during periods of non-payment of allowances. We should commend NSFAS for their continued role in expanding access to higher education. The management of bad debt at universities is what spurred this year's protest. As I'll say, the management of bad debt at universities is what spurred this year's student protest, as this hinders students from registering in subsequent years. The development of models to support the missing middle should be expedited, as this will drastically address the challenges of access. The department was also affected by a budget reduction due to the impact of the coronavirus pandemic. It is important to know that the department has tabled its annual performance plan, which reflects the impact of the reduction of the budget, as this has led to an overall decrease on particular targets by the department. The revised strategic plan outlines the changes on some of the medium-term strategic framework targets. 3 billion rand was reprioritized from the Skills Fund and infrastructure for universities, which is really not ideal. In this regard, it is critical to encourage an increase in private financial bursaries and financial support to increase the number of students doing postgraduate studies. It is also important to improve investment in universities, investment in research in universities. Private companies should be encouraged to ensure that they have skill development opportunities for the youth. It is only through a combination of stakeholder contribution that we will be able to support the majority of students. Our post-schooling system chairperson should contribute in combating social ills such as gender-based violence and femicide, and other acts of abuse and bigotry. The fight against social ills cannot be addressed by strengthening law enforcement agencies, because there are various socio-economic factors which contribute to the social ills we have and prevalence of violence. In order to change this social behavior, we need to inculcate the values of dignity, respect, dispute resolution, and protecting the rights of others as contained in the Bill of Rights. We welcome the allocation of 60 million over the medium-term framework for gender-based violence and femicide. Mental health has become a major issue in our university, in our society and universities, with many young people committing suicide. The work of higher health should be strengthened to ensure easy access to psychosocial support in our higher education.
Conclude, Honorable Member.
Honorable members, we should not despair due to the challenges which continue to affect the post-school education sector, but should continue to support the department in its endeavors to improve the conditions of the poor and underprivileged. As the African National Congress, we support this budget vote of higher education and training, and I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Ncharing. Honorable members, the next speaker is Honorable D. Christians, DA.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable House
Yes, ma'am.
Chairperson, Honorable Minister, and fellow South Africans, earlier this year, when Finance Minister Tito Mboweni dedicated a very small paragraph of his 2021 budget speech to funding transformations in the higher education sector, it was a clear indication that higher education and training was not going to be a priority for the 2021-22 budget, despite the sector being burdened by funding crisis. It was a clear indication of the extent of the problems the sector is facing when Minister Mboweni was tight-lipped about tackling the NSFAS monetary woes and the further financial impacts the Department of Higher Education and Training would face during this financial year. This was in clear contrast with the President's February 2021 SONA address, which focused on inclusive growth and address the critical priorities for the higher education and training sector. It is no surprise then that when the department presented to the Select Committee the extensive cabinet-approved reductions to the department's baseline funding amounting to 24.6 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework period, these reductions include 6.8 billion on the allocation of NSFAS for loans and bursaries, 5 billion on university subsidies, and a whopping 947.1 million on TVET college infrastructure grants. Of huge concern is the decrease of 6.8 billion on the allocation to the NSFAS, which will adversely impact access to education and training for those coming from impoverished and working class families, especially given the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on household incomes and the livelihoods lost by countless people in the country. This will mean more and more students are financially excluded as universities and TVET colleges are expected to alleviate the financial burden left by NSFAS funding and so affecting operations at these institutions. NSFAS has plunged from one crisis to the next over the past decade. The funding scheme has been placed under administration twice amidst demands for free higher education, which in turn have led to countless student protests. The NSFAS has raked up 6.8 billion on irregular expenditure, while auditors raised concerns about a further 50 billion that was irregularly spent but not disclosed. Of this irregular expenditure, 6.3 billion is as a carryover balance from the previous year, and 522.3 million was incurred in the 2019-2020 financial year. There is also evidence of a syndicated fraud operation and corruption that led to 440,000 ghost students being funded. Chairperson, furthermore, the 5 billion rand cut on the university subsidies is a clear indication that the university sector has been abandoned by government. Outstanding student debt at South African universities now stand just short of 14 billion rand. This huge debt burden is carried by students from the so-called missing middle households, defined as households with an income of between 350,000 rand and 600,000 rand per year. More than 106,000 students from this missing middle households have now not received their certificates. This due to debt owed to universities and further impacting the huge challenge of youth and graduate unemployment that the country currently faces. Additionally, this 5 billion rand decrease to university subsidies will further cripple the growth of higher learning institutions. This decrease will much likely lead to a decrease in the number of first-year enrollments at universities and a longer-term negative impact on the number of new graduates emerging from the system in years to come. Minister, It is necessary to ensure that institutions remain sustainable and can offer quality education. The sector may also need to consider revising its funding policy position on supporting the poor and working class students in higher education and training. Because, Minister, the truth is that for accommodation, transport, and food, this funding is often just not enough. Universities will now be left grappling with payments of tuition and residence fees by students if students' debt is estimated at 14 billion rand and the cut in the subsidies at 5 billion rand. This will force institutions to increase fees to make up for this funding shortfall. Honourable House Chairperson, by far the most problematic reduction is the 947.1 million on TVET college infrastructure grants. This budget cut will delay existing infrastructure development plans as well as plans for new projects. Government should be spending more on skills development and supporting the growth for skills and entrepreneurship development through TVET colleges. This delays projects for TVET accommodation, workshop equipment, and the overall expansion of the entire sector. Additionally, the cut in TVET infrastructure has a direct impact on the safety of students. Accommodation has historically been problematic for TVET college students, and they now face further delay. There have been numerous reports of students sleeping outside TVET colleges or occupying unsafe rooms, which leave them vulnerable to harm and possible death. We will eagerly be watching the Minister's promises on the development of more accommodation for TVET and university students over the next few years. Minister, in light of all these challenges, perhaps it is now a good time to revisit the recommendations of the Presidential Commission of Inquiry on fee-free higher education and training, because the current policies and systems are failing as protests by students continue around the country. These students' protests will continue for as long as the department is not addressing the needs and realities of our students. And Minister, this is not the responsibility of universities alone. Perhaps there are political questions that we must answer. Do we need the provincial governments in their current form? Do we really need so many senior government officials? Do we need these many government departments? And should we always be bailing out parastatals? The ongoing student protests have emphasized the structural weaknesses of the student funding model and the numerous funding-related crises threatening South Africa's higher education. The immediate funding challenges need to be addressed urgently to ensure students continue to learn and universities remain stable. Minister, South Africa needs a sustainable and resilient funding model that guarantees access and affordability for the poor as well as the missing middle. No student should be left behind. I thank you.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I would like to make this announcement that as from now, we are going to take a 15 minutes break, and after my co-chair, Honorable Nyambi, will take over. But for now, let us take a break for 15 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Re are breaking, Honorable Ntube, re are breaking like an arrow.
Okay, I was chair.
Sharp. Break, honorable members, for 15 minutes.
Honorable Zube, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. And you, advocate?
I'm good. Honorable Lutule?
Honorable Lutule is also on the platform, advocate.
I am here. I am here.
Thank you very much. Gunjan, ma'am.
Ngiyaphila njani nini?
Right. Honorable Ngwezi?
Not on the platform as yet, advocate.
Honorable Ditoy?
Honorable Dutoy is on the platform.
Deputy Minister Manamela?
He is not on the platform, sir.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm on the platform.
Oh, okay. Honorable Deputy Minister, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
Honorable
my device might be differently named,
Oh.
but it should be. It
Yeah,
should be
it's been
appearing here as
renamed, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Honorable Baha?
Honorable Baha is on the platform.
Ndikhona mmeli.
Kunjani baba?
Kuhle mntakwethu kunjani kuwe?
Hayi kuhle.
Oh, there's
What happens?
Honorable Ndongeni?
Honorable Ndongeni is here, advocate.
Okay, thank you very much.
Advocate.
Oh, kunjani ma?
Khona kunjani kuwe?
Hayi ku right. House Chairperson?
Advocate,
Zama?
my apology. Could we just ask DM Mamela to switch on his video? We just need to sort out something quickly.
Okay. Deputy Minister?
Is that the device that you would use, Deputy Minister? You are muted. Can we just have it horizontal? Now it's standing straight. Can you just put it horizontal so we can see you properly? Thanks, Advocate.
Okay, thank you very much. Zama?
Advocate?
Yeah, this is the Deputy Minister now.
All right, I'll give him a call.
I see, yeah.
All right, okay. Thanks, Advocate. We'll sort it out.
Yeah, assist him because the
Yeah,
device
the screen rotation is locked.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
House Chair? House Chairperson Nyambi?
Yes, you are good, DM. Deputy Minister is good, yes.
Okay. House Chairperson?
Yes, advocate.
Yes. Huh?
I would like to hand over to Babu Nyambe.
Yes, I'm looking for him.
Okay.
He is on the platform, advocate.
It shows that he's in the house, but...
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Nyambi?
Good afternoon, honorable members. I think we can now continue after the short break. Thank you for the break. To the
Recording in progress.
So we are going to continue. And am I correct if I say that the next person for the debate is Honorable Ntube?
Yes, Deputy Chair.
So Honorable Christians have concluded. Now it's Honorable Ntube. Over to you, Honorable Ntube.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Council, Honorable Chief Whip of the Council, Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable members. This policy debate on budget vote of higher education takes place during the historic month in our calendar, the Youth Month, a month which gives us the opportunity to deeply reflect on the role of the youth in the history of our country. It also gives us an opportunity to critically assess the ANC government, what impact our policies have had on the youth of our country. The ANC has played a visionary role for decades by encouraging the youth to place in education at the center of development. Education is our new AK-47 in realizing economic freedom in our lifetime. It is a non-negotiable imperative to transform our society. Youth are an important generation for the future of any nation. The greatest concern for the ANC is the high number of unemployment and the youth who are not in employment, education and training. We therefore call on all the youth of our country to make the most of opportunities that democratic government and the economy creates for them. Even during dark days of apartheid and colonialism, the ANC in Tanzania established the Solomon Mahlangu College, which ensured that combatants are being educated and liberated. With the increase of literacy in our country due to expanding basic education, our higher education system has been facing continuous increase in the number of students registered. We're making a clarion call to the department that it must build a new universities and capacitate universities and TVET so that it can respond to this challenge. This is a milestone we should welcome and commend. During this year of 150-year anniversary of Mam Charlotte Maxeke, we should continue to ensure that girls and women continue with their higher education studies to your highest level of doctorates in honor of Mam Charlotte Maxeke. Charlotte Maxeke was the first female South African to attain Bachelor of Science in the United States of America. She planted the seed to ensure that women are liberated from the shackles of poverty and patriarchy. Today, 27 years since the democratic government of the ANC, women have indeed been empowered through higher education, while much needs to be done. The Higher Education Act preamble, amongst others, seeks to ensure that it restructure and transform programs and institutions to respond better to human resource, economic and development needs of the Republic, redress past discrimination and ensure representativeness and equal access, provide optimal opportunities for learning and creation of knowledge. This is critical role in our higher education institution should play. Our education system, curriculum and academic program should be designed to respond to the economic challenges facing the country today. The misalignment of academic qualification and the needs of economy creates a skills mismatch, resulting in many graduates not have a relevant skill for the market. We need to ask ourselves a critical question of whether our higher education responds to these imperatives. Does it redress discrimination, representativeness, and equal access? The 2015 student protest on the roads must fall and the fees must fall movement was responding to this objective of the Higher Education Act. The fact that racism continues to rear its head in the universities, which are dominated by white academic, indicates the lack of transformation which sparked the 2015 student protest. The lack of transformation in other senates in your predominantly former white universities should continue to concern us. Honorable members, on representativeness in our universities are relatively representative. We should continue to ensure women become vice chancellors and other senior roles in academia. Our higher education system should be able to develop alternatives ideas in order to transform our society. This includes heterodox approaches in a quest of providing optimal opportunities for learning and creation of knowledge. The department can contribute to this through supporting research projects and students who focus on developing alternatives from the current status quo. Noting that change is unavoidable in our world, which is in constant motion, of our universities should be cutting edge of this change to shape it to create an equitable society which distributes income and assets in an equitable manner. The democratic government ensure all our universities have orientational which resolves the problems of the ordinary man in the street while resolving the broader complex problems affecting our people. Honorable Minister, academic freedom is a critical principle of higher education, but it should not be a blind to the social economic factors which are dominant in our society. Academic freedom should not be used to entrench dominance of knowledge by a dominant class in society which reproduces the inequality we have in our country today. This is contained in the preamble of the Higher Education Act to promote the values which underlie an open and democratic society based on human dignity, equality, and freedom. Our unequal access, we need to unequivocally commend the government for ensuring that learning and culture continues to be the key priority in order to respond to these challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The fact that unemployment is lower for those with degree indicates the significance of education getting opportunities in the economy. The budget of 2021 is tabled at a time when our country is confronted with the coronavirus pandemic. The budget adjustment of the previous financial year in order to respond to the pandemic have had a significant budget allocation of the department. This does not affect students who qualify for NSFAS and other student financing programs of the department, particularly the poor. However, we should urge the minister to closely look at the mismanagement of funds of NSFAS, because we have recorded a number of cases where students have been frustrated by the NSFAS to this day. Also, department should deal decisively with issues of accommodation of students. In time of such crisis and financial constraint, the budget is designed to protect the poor and the working class. This we acknowledge the Honorable Minister and the department for. The realization of fee-free higher education for the poor is an important milestone for the ANC government. This will result in a positive developmental gains in the future for the coming generation. The gap in higher education is mainly amongst those that come from households with income above 350,000. This is the missing middle who are too rich for the current threshold, yet too poor to sustain supporting a student in university. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Council, we are making a plea to Honorable Minister and the Department to visit Central University of Technology, Bloemfontein campus, because the past week, students have been bullied and were served with high court papers for demanding just a basic need and human right, free education. We are glad that the cabinet has taken a decision to have the department develop proposal on how financial assistance can be provided for those in the missing middle. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Council, in conclusion, I'm glad that the political heads of the department are both Marx and Lenin students. Honorable Minister, I'm sure you'd relate to Samir Amin when he said, and I quote, "The right to education is a fundamental human right, inseparable from people's aspiration to a full and wholly authentic democracy," close quotation. The youth of our country are demanding a free education as well yesterday. Can the minister and this sixth administration take the youth of our country confidence that we will indeed realize free education? Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Council, the ANC support this budget vote of higher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nsube. The next to continue with the debate will be Honorable Lutuli.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to everyone. CEFF asiyamukele budget yezemfundo ephakeme. We must register as a point of departure that the budget for the higher education is first and foremost a product of free-minded economic policy that defines South Africa today. Ngalokho sichaza ukuthi there is a broader agenda in this country to chronically underfunded and cripples social welfare and developmental efforts through cutting public spending with no reasonable prospect of achieving people's-centered growth. Education is a cornerstone of any society, and the fundamental developmental indicator is a victim of a deliberate attempt to subject South Africa to permanent junior status in the world. The budgets are plain tabled here and rectified by the Select Committee on Higher Education is nothing but an endorsement of failure. A failure that has defined this department ever since the so-called communist known as Mr. Blaine Zimande occupied the position over a decade ago when the department was formed. We would outline this by pointing to specific non-plans and how chronic underfunded during a pandemic that requires comprehensive reconstruction of how the sector operates is a recipe for disaster. Firstly, Chair, we must note that to cut the baseline budget for higher education by 24.8 billion is indicative of a government that is allergic to knowledge production, which is of no surprise if we are considered where the country finds itself in terms of the economy and unemployment. Unyaka nonyaka kuthiwa kunokubonisana emnyangweni wezemfundo kanye nomphakathi mayelana nokuthi yini okufanele yenziwe ukwenza ngcono ukutholakala kwemfundo ephakeme nokukhuthaza ukusebenza kahle kwezemfundo nocwaningo oluyikhwalithi. Kubukeka sengathi konke lokuxoxisana kuwumbukiso nje ngoba asikho nesisodwa isinqumo esenzakalayo. Kubukeka labo abasuke bethatha izinqumo benziwa inhlekiso umphathiswa womnyango ngoba wenza okuhlukile. Umnyango onjani okwazi ukwehlisa isabelo sezimali ze-NSFAS ngo-6.8 billion, eyama-university ngo-5 billion, kuthi eyengqalasizinda yama-TVET nayo yehliswe ngezigidigidi zamanani. Lezi zinqumo eziwubuphukuphuku ziholela ukuba abafundi bazithole bengalutholi usizo, babonakale sebegxile ebugebengwini nakwizidakamizwa. Umuntu uyazibuza ukuthi yini iphuzu leNingizimu Afrika ukuba yilunga le-BRICS uma ingafundi lutho ngezintuthuko. Kumele sizibuze ukuthi ngabe lo mnyango uyakwazi okumele ukwenze noma ulifanele yini igama lawo. Kumele ngabe lo mnyango ugxile kakhulu ukuba ufundise uthuthukise abafundi ukuthi bakwazi ukuzikhiqizela nokuzakhela imishanguzo ezokwazi ukuba isindise izimpilo zabantu abaningi eNingizimu Afrika. Akumangazi ukuthi ama-projects afana noKetlapelo ayigobongo elizochitha imali ngoba lo hulumeni akanazinhloso zokuthuthukisa abafundi bethu nezemfundo nezocwaningo. Umnyango onjani ovumela izinkampani ezizimele zonogada ukuba zizogada izikhungo zezemfundo ube uhlukumeza ushaye uze ubulale abafundi bethu? Ukwamukela lesabelo zimali kube kunezipoki zabasebenzi emnyangweni kanye nezipoki zabafundi ezithola isabelo zimali ukuthuka iNingizimu Afrika. Kudingeka kube khona ukwanda okukhulu emalini ezokwabela umnyango wezemfundo ephakeme ukwazi ukusiza abafundi. Ngeke kwenzeke lokhu uma ngabe ama-SOEs sisawenza ukuthi siwanikeze abazimele. Konke lokhu ngeke kwenzeke ngokuqina nje kukaNgqongqoshe. It is only through a decisive redirection of our wealth, through nationalizing of our minerals and establishment of a state bank whose interests are controlled by the developmental states, that education can become a viable sector with correct budgeting measures. Outside of this, we are all engaged in a collective exercise of breathing hot air. And for these reasons, EFF rejects this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lutuli. The next to continue with the debate will be Honorable Ngwezi. Honorable Ngwezi. Honorable Ngwezi, is there any problem? Are we not getting hold of Honorable Ngwezi? If
Honorable Ngwezi is not.
It's not on the platform. Then we will call on Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Ngwezi will indicate when he or if and when he returns.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. Misleiding, populisme, verontskuldiging, blaamverskuiving, skynpligsbesef, skynverantwoordbaarheid en skynverantwoordelikheid, skynheilig. Is dit wie en wat sommiges is? The National Student Financial Aid Scheme, is it working and who are the beneficiaries, the students or the cadres? The Department van Hoër Onderwys het 'n begroting van R358 miljard oor die mediumtermyn. Daar is studente wat sonder hierdie finansiële hulp nie sou kon studeer nie en wel 'n sukses van hul studies maak. Wel gedaan aan julle. Maar kry die belastingbetaler in Suid-Afrika egter waarde vir geld wat spandeer word. Op hierdie oomblik maak die nasionale finansiële hulpskema voorsiening dat sommige studente se totale uitgawes wat kos, verblyf, vervoer, leermateriaal en studies insluit vir tot 'n jaar langer as die voorgeskrewe graad tydperk betaal kan word, vir ingeval die kandidaat 'n jaar druip. Dit was van tevore 'n koste van 'n graad plus 2 jaar, vir ingeval die student 2 keer druip. Is dit nie 'n vermorsing nie? Wel, die minister sien dit as 'n prestasie en 'n teken van goeie omgee regering. The culture of entitlement is nurtured. Die VF+ stel voor dat daar toeganklike lenings aan voornemende kwalifiserende studente toegestaan moet word, wat na afloop van hul suksesvolle studies weer aan die fonds terugbetaal word, om ander studente in staat te stel om homself te bemagtig en 'n sin vir verantwoordelikheid te kweek, eerder as om slegs gratis hoër onderwys te ontvang. Ons moet die druk en las op die staat verlig. Hierdie inisiatief sal studente ook aanmoedig om nie hul studies onnodig uit te rek nie en eerder te fokus op hul studies as protes. The culture of entitlement is unfortunately ever present, especially among young disgruntled students that resort to violent protest action at tertiary institutions. In response to a question that I posed to the minister with regards to the rand value of damage caused to universities as a result of violent protest actions that took place in the 2020-2021 financial year at 9 at the 26 universities, based on responses received by 21 universities, it totaled to a staggering 32.79 million rand. South Africa is feeling the brunt of the culture that you, the ANC, created. You set the example and your youth is following in your footsteps. Actions like these are acceptable for so-called knowledgeable individuals that are supposed to get further education to enter the world of professionals. Can this be? One could ask if it's wise to allow people to resort to physical violence the opportunity to bask in the sun of education. In 'n opvolgvraag aan die minister van Hoër Onderwys rakende vandalisme by universiteite, het die minister baie volledig volgens elke universiteit geantwoord en was 2 skokkende onthullings gemaak. In die meeste gevalle is daar nie stappe teen studente geneem wat vandalisme by universiteite gepleeg het nie. Die Universiteit van Fort Hare het wel 6 studente geskort. En in sommige van die gevalle was die aanhitsers tot geweld nie van die studente op kampus nie en was 'n interdik teen hul verkry. Verskeie universiteite het hierdie pad gevolg. 60 studente is wel by the Central University of Technology in Bloemfontein gearresteer, maar by die Universiteit van KwaZulu-Natal was daar al verskeie sake by die polisie aangemaak, maar die staat was nie bereid om hierdie sake deur te voer nie. Hoekom nie? Is daar iemand wat agter die deur staan of dalk daarby baat, of iemand wat beskerm word? Who is feeding this monster of entitlement and destruction? Minister, through you, Chair, during an interview in Newsroom Africa on 14 April 2021, you acknowledged a few facts, that there are school teachers without necessary qualifications that act as lecturers at TVET colleges, that you're aware of colleges, plural, where there are some of the students that are teaching other students. In some instances, there were no lecturers available to lecture at all. You said that you were aware of these issues. Acknowledging the mismanagement and failed leadership doesn't solve the problems and do not hold people accountable, Chair, but taxpayers' money is used to fund this circus of mismanagement. Furthermore, the Public Protector is investigating the National Student Financial Aid Scheme for 7.5 billion rand it incurred in irregular expenditure. You must be proud to have achieved all this. Quite a legacy to leave behind. I think it's time for the Minister to tender his resignation. In closing, Chair, ontbloot die bedrog en bou aan ons toekoms. Ek glo in moedertaalonderrig. Die VF+ onderskryf dit. Instansies soos Soltech en Akademia verseker kwaliteit onderrig. Instansies wat verantwoordbaar, voorbeeldig, eerlik en opreg is. Instansies wat glo in waardes, regverdigheid, integriteit en moedertaalonderrig. Laat ons nie ons kinders se toekoms in die regering se onbeholpe hande laat nie, maar self waardes vestig. Hierdie instansies ondersteun en belê in ons kinders se toekoms. Kennis kweek en voortbeer met ons oë op God gerig. Kennis is mag. Dankie, voorsitter.
Baie dankie, Akbar de Toy. Ons gaan voort continue with the debate. And I will now call on the Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Manamela, to continue with the debate.
Skoko.
Abakona yini?
Okay. Thank you, House Chairperson, and members of the National Council of Provinces. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to join the Minister in presenting the budget vote speech for the Department of Higher Education and Training. This year, we mark the 45th anniversary of June 16 Youth Uprising under extraordinary set of circumstances. We mark this important historical moment at a time when the global COVID-19 pandemic has altered the world as we know it and has changed the very way in which we live. The livelihoods of millions of people across the world is being devastated by the pandemic. South Africa South Africa is not immune to this. We now understand the challenges we face much better than we did during the inception of the first and second waves of this pandemic. In support of the national effort through our entity, Higher Health, some of our interventions included the implementation of COVID-19 protocols, screening stations, student volunteer programs within campuses. These included the recent launch of the COVID-19 Warriors campaign, and these are over 10,000 student volunteers who have been trained by Higher Health to continue with the advocacy work that they've been conducting across every campus. Higher Health is also at the forefront of the fight against gender-based violence. A GBV technical task team has been established to guide the implementation of the DHET policy framework and implementation to address gender-based violence in the post-school education and training sector. Related to this, we also established the ministerial task team to advise the minister on matters of sexual harassment and gender-based violence in the South African university sector. The task team will oversee the implementation of the national policy framework to address gender-based violence in post-school education system. It will also identify areas of good practice in reporting and managing gender-based harm and support mechanisms that could be replicated in the sector while identifying gaps that require further investigations. The task team has already started doing its work, and it has held visual engagements with various stakeholders in the higher education sector, and we wish them well in this endeavor, and we will give them all the support that they need. Our interventions are deliberately geared towards addressing the challenges faced by young people, and this becomes even more urgent in view of the recent data around unemployment. In the current financial year, the priorities of the National Skills Fund will include artisan development, occupational programs through the TVET colleges, and interventions geared towards people with disabilities, digital skills, and innovation. The funding of artisan development through state-owned companies and private skills development providers is designed to boost the production of artisans for the country. The National Skills Fund artisan development requests for proposals targeted at public entities and state-owned enterprises of 4,500 apprentices in the first 2 years was launched in April this year. This follows the funding applications for the first phase of the artisan RFP aimed at private skills providers that closed in 2020 and to benefit 4,500 apprentices in 2 years from 2021-2022. The focus on artisan development is in pursuance of our campaign on the Decade of the Artisan that promotes artisanship as a career of choice for South Africa's youth within the post-school education and training system, as well as to highlight skills development opportunities for artisans. The NSF is also targeting the expansion of funding for small, medium, and micro enterprises and cooperative skills development with rural focus funding to support local and rural development initiatives through the district-led model. The various interventions of the National Skills Fund will support the skills development of 60,000 beneficiaries. Starting in 2021, all our 50 public TVET colleges will benefit over 20,000 learners with access to training opportunities through the National Skills Fund's 2.2 billion funding window. The funding is towards occupationally directed programs up to 2024 and entails apprenticeships, learnerships, skills programs, work integrated learning, capacity building, as well as specialized equipment. As part of our efforts to strengthen our community education and training college sector, we have been able to appoint all eligible employees in the community education and training, continuing education and training sector who have been on an annual contract to permanent employment with the retention of their conditions of service. This, we believe, will go a long way in creating employment tenure and the stability in the sector. Furthermore, we've also been working hard to implement standardization of pay and benefits for eligible academic staff in community colleges, which took effect on the 1st of May this year. This will ensure that across the board, the system's academic staff will enjoy equal work for and qualify for medical aid, housing, and other particular benefits. All community colleges are implementing the National Sector Plan as informed by the White Paper PSAT Implementation Plan. The pronouncements in the plan form the core of the 2020-2024 college strategic plans in terms of enrollment targets, institutional landscape programs, the diversification and accreditation of centers. Despite the challenges posed by COVID-19 and the unprecedented lockdowns, the sector managed to reconfigure the landscape from 3,276 learning sites to 1,791 in pursuit of quality and efficiency. One of the major achievements for the sector is the progress made by Higher Health and the department in building the health and welfare infrastructure in community colleges. Our department has managed to reprioritize within its budget a total of 10.8 million to support the provision of health, and wellness services in community colleges. In terms of governance of community colleges, this year marks the first year of the 5-year term of the second core of councils in these colleges. And we are confident that the caliber of councils that was appointed will move the sector towards achieving its mandate. Yesterday, we officially concluded our second annual Heritage Career Expo. There were a series of exciting and interactive events that we rolled out over the last month. And this is an initiative which we started last year, and at inception, over 2,000 young people participated. This year's expo sought to expose and excite young people about the array of careers that are available within the heritage sector. These are just some of the many interventions that we have undertaken as a department for the period under review. We did all this with a view to respond to our historical mandate to improve the quality of life of our people and that of young people in our country. One of the factors that inspired the youth of 76, Honorable House Chairperson, to rise up and confront the might of the repugnant apartheid regime with their bare hands was the belief that freedom assumes its true meaning when it empowers the individual to take the destiny in their own hands. And therefore, to conclude, I wish to briefly share the remarkable story of a 20-year-old young Black woman from Tsoma in the Eastern Cape, Nolonwabo Hlazo, who I had the pleasure of meeting yesterday as part of our Heritage Careers Expo. She's a BSc chemistry graduate with honors, and after noticing that her grandmother was suffering from an unknown skin condition in 2017, enrolled for an advanced diploma in cosmetic formulation sciences at UCT. This has helped her to understand that what the problem was, but it also opened many doors for her. And as a result of this qualification, she ended up securing permanent employment. Within 2 months of joining her current employer, she has been given huge responsibilities within that employment. She has about 20 people are reporting to her, and because of her rare skills, she is highly sought after by many of the big companies. And these are the kind of interventions that we continue to make if we are to really make the youth of June 16 proud that their blood was not lost in vain. It is my sincerest hope that we as decision makers will draw from the courage of the 76th generation and 1 million more Nolwabos who will continue to make our country proud and continue to contribute into a better South Africa. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister Butika Bafana, Manamela. Continuing with the debate, and we will now call on Honorable M. Baha to continue with the debate. Honorable Baha.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, Honorable Minister, and Deputy Minister and members of the Council. We can't always wait for the beginning of the year in order to deal with the problems of student intake. We seemingly have to go through these challenges on an annual basis, and as the code goes, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. The government should have had the foresight to note and plan accordingly before the beginning of the year to at least take insanity off the table. Gender-based violence remains a thorny issue in our society. South Africa is confronted with GBV-related problems and challenges in South Africa as a whole on a daily basis. However, it is not clear as to how the budget for GBV is taken into account. It is also unclear as to how much is allocated to strengthen the fight against GBV. We have seen the extent to which students are exposed to gender-based violence, and it can't be that nothing is set aside in relation to budgetary terms in this regard. Infrastructural development remains a key factor within our learning institutions. We have noted that in some institutions of higher learning and training, there has been instances of damage to property when students were showing their displeasure on financial exclusions. How is the department hoping to deal with such areas. Now, I've seen yesterday, for instance, that there's thousands and thousands of students who wanted to join the universities or the FETs who cannot be accommodated financially. How is the department going to deal with that? Having said that, it is commendable that the Department of Higher Education and Training has shown its support on the unfortunate fire disaster in the University of Cape Town. It would be great to see the positive work undertaken by the Department of Higher Education and Training and the university itself. It is also great to note how the South African public came out to assist during this kind of ordeal. University education constitutes 83.1% of funding, as opposed to TVET and CETs. This is the bulk of the departmental allocation. This happens while there are more students who are on the TVET and CET institutions and who also need financial assistance. Also, these institutions are embarking on key skills that are required for them to make a living and contribute meaningfully to the future skills of the country. TVET college qualifications play a meaningful role in building the economy of the country. It is therefore important for the department to up their game in financing TVET and CETs. We would like to see an increase on the allocation for TVETs and CETs. The move by the Minister of Finance to steer out clear of the higher education budget during his budget speech in February was a clear indication that there were no funds and that NSFAS would be the casualty of the budget squeeze with a 6.8 billion cut. Year in, year out, we deal with the inadequacies of funding for students. This has to do with inefficiencies and maladministration on the part of administration when doing fund allocations. We have to deal with these NSFAS mistakes on an annual basis. This year only, we had more than 29,000 students who currently owe universities as a result of National Students Financial Aid Scheme. This maladministration remains a great threat to many higher learning institutions across the country. It remains NSFAS responsibility to make sure that they put their house in order for students not to go through this ordeal on an annual basis. By now, we can't allow this to continue on an annual basis. NSFAS has been around for some time, and these irresponsible mistakes must come to an end. While students are defunded from NSFAS, with the entity disregarding students' financial plight and ambitions, auditions raised concerns that entity wreaked 50 billion in irregular expenditure, but was not disclosed, compared to 6.8 billion in 2019. To add salt to the wound, evidence of fraud and corruption led to 440,000 ghost students being funded. How is payment made? Made to invisible students? We must be occupied with finding more money as opposed to such mistakes. It would be important for the department to provide an update on the provision of laptops for students. This would give a sense of whether we are winning this battle or not. It would also give a sense of whether the students are getting help during the COVID-19 lockdown or not. Whilst we are on COVID-19, we can't run away from the fact that most students come from low and middle class income households. Their circumstances have been aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic. This would apply more to students who are on TVET colleges, because most of them stay in communities who are at higher risk of catching the virus. What we have learned from COVID-19 lockdown is that our tax base has shrunk, leaving little room for budget increases. The government must realize that higher education is both a private and a public good, and the contribution to student finance is an investment and not merely an expense. We call upon the minister to make sure that students are catered for within the institutions of higher learning. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Baha. Is there a problem or have you concluded?
I have concluded, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Because you look as if you are waiting for something. Thank you very much, Honorable Baba. And we will ask Honorable Ndongeni to continue with the debate.
What am I waiting for, Deputy Chair? Except you.
We never know. Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, honorable members, and the people of South Africa, molweni. We must vehemently reject the notion which seeks to depict the ANC government as a government which does not provide for the poor. We must also reject the notion which depicts a university as institution which should operate as an ivory towers. The development state theory should not only be limited to the capacity of the state to direct economic activity, but also its capability to shape social institutions such as our education system to contribute to the process of the socio-economic transformation. The ANC in its 54th National Conference in Nazareth resolved on the plight of young people and agreed that a skill revolution is an absolutely necessity if we are to fully exploit their energies for the greater good of society. It is for this reason that the ANC remains committed to the implementation of free higher education for children of poor and working class at all public universities and TVET colleges starting from the 2018 academic year. This is a clear commitment by the government party and the leader of the society to ensure that democratic dividend of creating a better life for all is realized. As the African National Congress, we are cognizant of the fact the change we seek to create does not happen in isolation of the other factors beyond our control, but under circumstances given and transmitted from the past. It is this reason we support this vote. We support it because through it will seek to change the condition of the Black majority who continues to be excluded in the mainstream economy of our country, who constitute the lowest percentage of income and asset despite being the majority. When we engage about the post-schooling education sector, we should also focus on the critical role of community education training colleges. These colleges are an important component of post-schooling because our education articulates should create pathways for South Africans in different socio-economic contexts. Community education training colleges are vital as they create opportunity for those who may be older than the school-going age who want to obtain various skills and the progress with their education. CET colleges require support in order to improve the quality of education. It is important to expand and popularize the opportunities as we still have a higher population without matric or any post-schooling. Our youth and older persons should not idle without work or learning. The fourth industrial revolution will require new skills as it becomes important at the beginning to train and skill South Africans with skills of the changing world through our basic education and higher education. We are pleased that our higher education curriculum is entrenching digital skills as a critical component of our education. Honorable members, it is important to note that the suspension of the skill levy as an economic relief program by government has directly impacted the scale of the Skill Education and Training Authority as the budget of the skill fund has been negatively affected. The current and retrenchment of workers at the South African Qualification Authority is a sad situation which we sympathize with. The loss of the employment under the current socio-economic condition will only compound the challenges facing our people. We also wish the new leadership of the entity well in ensuring the entity plays its role of ensuring quality education. Honorable Minister, the improvement of government of sector education training authority requires strengthening. The fight against corruption and poor governance should be advanced in all fronts, and this requires implementation of various forensic investigation commission in entities and Auditor General recommendation. Implementation of this consequence management and recommendation by relevant bodies is what will entrench good governance and accountability across the public services. The democratic government has realized the establishment of new universities, namely the Sol Plaatje University in Kimberley, Northern Cape, and the University of Mpumalanga. We welcome the fact that the two universities continue to receive their specific allocation to support their growth and sustainability. This approach, Honorable Minister, should be considered for historical disadvantaged institutions. What will be important of this identification of specific institutions needs and strengthen in order to ensure such support improve the outcome of our higher education. Honorable members, there has been various concern, particularly from industries and sectors of the quality of graduates our system produces. The question is if the majority of the students who graduate in university, for example, have the analytic and critical thinking skills. In our higher education system, producing graduates who will address unemployment by being creators of the jobs. This is the critical task of our current objectives, reality. The fact that our current remains one of the most unequal society in the world. We welcome the visibility study of the establishment of the University of Science and Innovation to be established at Ekurhuleni in Gauteng. This university will positively contribute in focusing on innovation and the changing world. Ekurhuleni as an industrial hub will be enhanced by the university and focus on supporting the domestic economy and efforts of increasing research and development. The decision to amalgamate higher education and training and science and innovation has demonstrated to be strategic as it enables institutions of the higher education to have strategic alignment with the Department of Science and Innovation. It is important to note that the pass rate amongst NSFAS supporter students is higher than the general rate. It is tremendous progress in ensuring good performance for the disadvantages. This is the impact NSFAS plays, and we should continue to support it. The socio-economic conditions of students has a direct impact of the performance of the students. Honorable members, we need to encourage the youth to swell the higher education sector to improve their opportunities to alleviate poverty. Our society, more than before, during this phase of the economic reconstruction and recovery plans, requires skills in order to ensure the task of reconstruction is supported by relevant skills aligned to the government economic priorities. Reconstruction of the economy requires the development of skills of the changing world. Honorable members, the implication of the developing skills for the fourth industrial revolution is the fact that as a nation we will continue to be users of the technology rather than developers of the technologies. Our capability as a country should be evaluated on our ability to be involved in the productive side of the value chain. If we do not develop innovators as a nation, we will always adopt foreign invention and thus boost other economies. When the digital economy constitutes as a significant component of the GDP of our country, it will mean that the ownership of the digital economy will be foreign and for the privileged minority. The ANC supports this budget vote 17 of higher education and training. The department has demonstrated the primacy of education in transforming society due to the many graduates who live in better conditions. The ANC supports the budget vote 17. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Ndongeni. We will now call on the Honorable the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Honorable Blade Emmanuel Nzimande, to conclude the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP. Thank you to the Honorable Chairperson of the ANC, Honorable Chabelen, for the support, to all the members of the ANC who participated and supported the debate, as well as other parties who supported this budget vote. To Honorable Chabelen, thanks for acknowledging our achievements in completing the 2021 academic year, albeit under very difficult conditions and also only completing it, parts of it in 2021, even more so in the light of the budget cuts. I also would agree with Honorable Chabelen we need to expand the post-school education and training sector. That is why in my speech today, I focus more on giving progress on the new TVET college campuses we are building, as well as the intended expansion of university campuses in Guyana and University of Zululand. I do agree and welcome the comments about wishing the new leadership of NSFAS well. And I do want to clarify this matter. Some of the members keep on repeating something we've clarified ad nauseum. There was no 50 billion rands expenditure that went astray. All we did not do was to gazette the new bursary scheme of NSFAS, which according to the Auditor General was classified as irregular. We respect the Auditor General, of course, but all that 50 billion rands did was to go to poor students. There was no cent of that amount of money that was misspent or corruptly stolen. So let's tell the truth and not repeating this thing of as if it's 50 billion rands that was just stolen or wasted. There is actually no such. I also wish to say, Honorable Chairperson, that the emphasis put by Honorable Nchabele on gender-based violence, we agree. That is why we have adopted now a framework for gender-based violence for the entire post-school education and training system, which we expect institutions to translate into their own local realities and also to actually give the necessary funding to support that. And also just to remind honorable members that I will be going back to Cabinet this month with a comprehensive proposal on student funding, as well as how we address the issue of student debt. So those matters are being dealt with. Honorable Christians, I'm really surprised for the DA to say I must answer the question about the necessity for provincial government. It was the DA with its predecessor, the DP, who were pushing us to have provinces as the African National Congress when we were negotiating the constitution. Hopefully because they were hoping they would have 1 or 2 provinces to run. So don't ask me about provinces, ask yourselves. You wanted these provinces when we as the ANC wanted at the very least national government and local government administration. I would also like to point out that to Honorable Nsube, thanks very much for your comments. All I can do to summarize what you are saying is that academic freedom in the South African context must mean the total transformation of the relations of knowledge production, so that we do away with knowledge that is dominated by patriarchal, racist, as well as class bias attitudes. So your point that you are making about academic freedom, I warmly welcome it. To EFF, it's really not worth responding to EFF. They always say there is nothing being done, precisely because there is a lot that is being done. So it's not worth responding to them. Instead, they should go and tell their members to stop destroying university property, actually exploiting the conditions under which our students are struggling. Lastly, on laptops, Honorable Chair, I just want to say that the NSFAS has begun to roll out the laptops, but you must bear in mind, already 64% of our university students already have laptops, and some of them, by the way, are indicating that they don't need laptops. So insofar as government commitment is concerned, we are there. To FF+, that's why usually there is hardly any difference between EFF and FF+. They are almost the same. You just
don't mix, Minister.
With the debate.
Don't mix.
Thank you very much.
Don't.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you very much for the support to this budget vote, and thank you to all the participants. Siyabonga, Riyalebuga.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members,
in way of order, we shall now proceed to the third and fourth orders, namely the consideration of report of Select Committee on Security and Justice, draft notice on the determination of remuneration submitted in terms of Section 2(3)(a) of the Judges' Remuneration and Conditions of Employment Act 2001, determining the rate at which salaries are payable to Constitutional Court judges and judges annually, dated the 2nd June 2021, and the consideration of report of Select Committees on Security and Justice, draft notice on the determination of remuneration tabled in terms of Section 12(3) of the Magistrates Act 1993, Act number 90 of 1993, determining the rate at which salaries are payable to magistrates annually, dated the 2nd of June 2021. I will now call on the Honorable Sheikh, Chairperson of the Select Committee, to present the committee report. Over to you, Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members of the House. Honorable Chairperson, in terms of Section 2, subsection 1A of the Judges' Remuneration and Conditions of Employment Act 2001, Constitutional Court judges and judges are entitled to annual salaries and such allowances or benefits as determined by the President from time to time, after taking into account the recommendation of the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. Section 2, subsection 4 of the Judges' Remuneration and Conditions of Employment Act requires that such notice be approved by Parliament. Similarly, in terms of Section 12, subsection 1 of the Magistrates Act of 1993, magistrates are entitled to an annual salary and such allowances or benefits as determined by the President from time to time, after taking into account the recommendation of the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. Section 12, subsection 3 of the Magistrates Act requires that such notice be approved by Parliament. Honorable Chair, the draft notices containing the President's determination was submitted to Parliament for approval before publication and was referred to the Committee for Consideration and Report on the 13th of April 2021. On the 26th of May 2021, the committee was briefed on the draft notice as follows. The Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers, having taken into account the country's fiscal position, the state's wage bill, and the impact of an increment for public office bearers on the fiscus, and the general state of the economy, which has been negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, amongst others, the Independent Commission recommended a 0% increase for all public office bearers for 2020-2021. The President, having considered the serious economic situation of the country and the Independent Commission's recommendation, has proposed to determine a 0% increment to the salaries of Constitutional Court judges and judges of other courts. Similarly, Honorable Chair, with regard to magistrates, the President has proposed to determine a 0% salary increment for the magistrates. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee, having considered the draft notice on the determination of remuneration submitted in terms of Section 2, subsection 3A of the Judges' Remuneration and Conditions of Employment Act 2001, determining the rate at which salaries are payable to Constitutional Court judges and judges annually with effect from the 1st of April 2020, recommends that the Council approve the draft notice on the determination of remuneration as tabled. Furthermore, Honorable Chair, the Select Committee, having considered the draft notice on the determination of remuneration in terms of Section 12, subsection 3 of the Magistrates Act 1993, determining the rate at which salaries are payable to magistrates annually with effect from the 1st of April 2020, recommends that the Council approve the draft notice on the determination of remuneration as tabled. I thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh. I now put the question in respect of the third order, and the question is that the report be adopted. We shall now proceed to voting on the report, but before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 71, if they so wish. There is a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration available. Provinces can indicate. If there is none, we will continue, and I will now call on the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Mr. K? Mr. K? Am I audible?
Honorable Ndongeni, can you
Mr.
be
Cape,
back?
vote in favor of the report.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Honorable Khan. Free State. Honorable Today, unmute.
Free State votes in favor.
Can you unmute, please, Honorable Today?
Free State votes
Thank
in
you
favor.
very much, Free State. Gauteng. Gauteng. Yes, thank you, Free State.
Gauteng vote in favor.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu-Natal.
Because Zulu-Natal,
Gauteng vote in favor.
Limpopo.
Limpopo vote in favor.
Thank you very much, Limpopo. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support.
Thank you very much, Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Northwest.
Northwest support, Honorable Chair.
Northwest support. Okay.
Thank you very much, Northwest. Western Cape.
The Western Cape support.
Thank you very much. The voting is now closed. Since all provinces have voted in favor, I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We will now proceed to voting on the fourth order. Thank you, and I put the question in respect of the fourth order. The question is that the report be adopted. And we shall now proceed to voting on the report, but before we proceed to the voting, I shall once again allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 71, if so wish. Provinces, anyone with a declaration? If none, let us continue. Honorable Rider Order, please. If done, let us continue to proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the report be adopted, and I will now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Mr. Gay.
If then get your class, I report.
Nkosima, Free State.
Free State votes in favor, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Council.
Thank you very much. Gauteng. Gauteng. Gauteng.
Gauteng support.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu-Natal.
Gauteng support.
Thank you very much. Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal ayaseka sihlalo.
Ngiyabonga mama. Limpopo.
Show mama.
Limpopo vote in favor.
Thank you mama. Rehani Lilieta.
Gomba kiba meeting kita buena beko kwenu.
Mpumalanga support.
Thank you. Mpumalanga, Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Northern Cape. Northwest. Can you please have only one response? Because people are doubting you now. Northwest.
Northwest support, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Memodise. Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Thank you, Ms. Lapskachny. The voting is now closed. And because that all provinces voted in favor, we declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We shall now proceed to the fifth order, consideration of report of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation and Human Settlements, retabling of the notice of intervention issued in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution in Metsi Makolo local municipality. I now call on the Honorable T.S.C. Dodogu, Chairperson of the Select Committee, to present the committee report. Honorable Dodogu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I present the report as follows. It should be pointed out from the onset that the principal instrument for intervening in local government in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution is done in order to intervene, in order to resolve the problems that are facing our municipalities, but that also forms part of an integral part of institutional framework for developmental local government. It's a necessary corrective action when a municipality fails to govern and thus jeopardize the enterprise of development. It is also an aspect of intergovernmental relations, and as such, it must be exercised within the spirit of cooperative governance in terms of Chapter 3 of the Constitution. It is very concerning to observe persistent non-cooperation between a provincial government and a municipality, as opposed to forging cooperation to accelerate service delivery. It is important, therefore, that the spheres of government should work together in a spirit of mutual cooperation and support in order to ensure that government delivers on its mandate to provide services to the people. One of the issues which the Select Committee had to address after receiving Section 139 notice relates to compliance with the requirements of the said section. At procedural level, Section 139, 1A and B of the Constitution places an obligation on a provincial executive who intervenes in a municipality to provide the Minister of COCTA and the NCOP with written notices of their decision to intervene in municipalities within 14 days after it began. The NCOP has 180 days from the day the intervention began to approve or disapprove the intervention. In terms of the background on this matter at hand, on 24th of December 2024, the Free State MEC for COCTA communicated the retabling of the notice of intervention in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution at the Metsimaholo local municipality and forwarded that report to the office of the chairperson of the NCOP. Subsequent to the communication, the office of the chairperson referred the retabling of notice to our Select Committee. As part of ensuring executive accountability and performing oversight, the Select Committee had a virtual meeting on the 3rd of June 2021 with the MEC. It further had a virtual meeting with all the internal stakeholders and external stakeholders in the municipality of Metsimaholo and all political parties, which include the ANC, the DA, the EFF, the SACP, Freedom Front Plus One, and Metsimaholo Community Association for their views on the matter. The MEC of the department reported that since the election of 2017, the Council of the local Metsimaholo had not appointed senior managers to make matter worse. The municipal manager was placed on suspension on the 3rd of July 2018. The municipality has operated for some time with middle managers acting ex Section 56 managers as such. In trying to resolve the matter at hand, our view is that the department ought to ensure that it follows the processes in whatever that is doing. In trying to resolve the impasse, the Department of COCTA in the Free State seconded an official to support the municipality as its acting municipal manager in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. He was duly appointed by the executive mayor for 3 months. His work was made very difficult, according to the MEC, by some officials who wanted the abnormal practice of appointing people against the municipality's own policy to continue unabatedly. The Executive Council of the Free State invoke Section 139 of the Constitution in the affairs of the Metsimaholo municipality in its meeting on the 11th of February 2020. On the 20 to 24th of February, the department went in the municipality to on the 20th, went into the municipality to communicate the EXCO decision on the invocation of 1391B. The department communicated the notice with the NCOP, the minister, and the minister on the 25th of February 2020. The substantive matter on the matter relates to the fact that the department provided rationale and justification for the invocation of Section 139 of the Constitution in Metsimaholo. And on top of that, there was a high court that was ensuing in terms of opposing the intervention as made by the provincial government, which ruled in favor of the department. The Select Committee has noted and observed with concern that the communication of the first notice of intervention in the local municipality of Metsimaholo on the 25th of February 2020 to the chairperson of the NCOP and the Minister of Cooperative Governance didn't comply with the constitutional requirements and was procedurally flawed. And as a result of that, the Select Committee didn't approve the intervention as such, or didn't even process the intervention. Based on all of these particular issues and the fact that there was a discussion that ensued between the provincial government as well as the representatives of the external and internal stakeholders of Metsimaholo, the following recommendations are placed forward. Having interacted through the visual platform with the Free State MEC for COGTA and the internal and external stakeholders of the municipality, the NCOP Select Committee recommend the following: that the NCOP disapproves the notice of intervention in terms of Section 139B of the Constitution in the Metsimaholo local municipality, and that the intervention be terminated with immediate effect. The Select Committee is of the view that the current situation in the local municipality doesn't warrant Section 139(1)B of the Constitution, but continuous support is needed in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. The Free State MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs should provide continuous support to the local municipality of Metsimaholo in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. That the local municipality should fast-track the process of filling outstanding vacant positions of the senior managers in the local municipality. That the MEC should provide progress and termination report on the intervention in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution in Metsimaholo local municipality to the National Council of Provinces and to all its internal and external stakeholders. As part of monitoring, the Select Committee of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs should coordinate a joint proactive and follow-up visits with the relevant portfolio committee in the Free State Provincial Legislature in order to interact with internal and external stakeholders. It must be understood that the ultimate purpose of Section 139 intervention is to assist a municipality to be functional, sustainable, and self-sufficient so that it can fulfill the developmental mandate as set out in the Constitution. Where interventions are undertaken, they should be done with integrity and in a manner that builds a municipality rather than breaking the municipality further. They have to be constitutional and procedurally correct and should leave a municipality in a better position than it was before the intervention. That is the report that we present before the House this afternoon, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dodovu. Now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. We shall now proceed to voting on the report, but before we proceed to the voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 71 if they so wish. I can have an indication. If there is none, let me then now proceed to the voting on the question. And I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When I call upon heads of delegations, they must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape in favor.
Thank you. Free State?
Free State support.
Thank you. Gauteng?
Gauteng supports. I'm back in. I was kicked out, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal iyayiseka mama umbiko.
Limpopo?
Limpopo support.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support.
Thank you. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest?
Northwest, Deputy Chair.
Western Cape?
Western Cape support.
Thank you very much, Bayananki. The voting is now closed, and since all provinces have voted in favor, we therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. Let me just, before we conclude, thank the special delegates, as well as the ministers and deputy ministers for availing themselves for the debate. Thank you also to the permanent delegates. The House stands adjourned. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
Mama. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Mama.
Deputy Chair.
Yeah, my baby. Why?
Yang luthanda ukuthi siyabonga mama.
Recording stopped.